Merci Wolfie. Je sais pas ce qui s'est passé. PS qui a
Like you, like your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, follow the discussions. We will have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts.
Blast it, Mother. You didn't know about everything. His project is commendable. Why tell me to beware? Could you have gotten it wrong?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. That makes no sense at all.
My friends, I propose we get started. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come.
The honor is ours, my lord.
As per our custom, here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur.
I hope he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer.
Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before. A dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer, but I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the east coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining two-thirds of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear?
What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you. But rest assured, You will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am impatient to hear what Spain could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? But I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not a question.
Duke, these savages, as you call them, were there before you. They are on their homeland.
As much as the black people of Africa, Monsieur de Richet. That does not stop your dear France from massacring them and sending them like cattle to Mr. Washington's cotton plantations to provide him with cheap labor. So you keep your morals to yourself, if you please.
Senor, I would not like to be associated with that. The subject of black slaves in the United States of America is a complex subject, which we shall resolve at a future date.
Résoudre prochainement. Étiquette. Quel fumier.
It obviously doesn't stop you from sleeping at night.
Not in the least. Do not imagine I have anything against the American Indians or the blacks. That is not the question. But business is business. It is the natural order of things, Monsieur de Richet. There have always been men who govern other men. That is simply the way it is.
And it might as well be the likes of you who rule. Is that right?
But of course.
Come now, my friends. Let us not digress. Anyway, these primitive people have no souls, Louis. We bring the good word to them in order to save them. You'll see. Colonization brings with it many benefits, too.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, Your Eminence, I shall continue. Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France, free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protégé. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
We are neighbors, Duke Manuel. Remember, your main rival in Europe is more likely to be England, who is plowing the seas right up your coastline. Hand over Louisiana to France and make her a prime ally.
Come, Louis. Spain and Great Britain are already allies and have nothing to gain by breaking their alliance.
Even if I do agree, Duchess, the omnipresence of the English fleet in Atlantic waters does not particularly please me.
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Oui, je vais en avoir une dans 3 minutes.
Your Eminence, have no fear over that. I am sure France will do everything in its power to protect the Christians of Louisiana.
My young friend, How can you come out with such a remark after the discussion we had on the evening of your arrival? If France was so respectful of worship, it would not be bleeding priests, as it is doing at this very moment in time. Don't be naive. This is politics. The Holy See must be concerned at seeing such a large territory falling into the hands of the French. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
I hope that you will teach this pretentious young man some manners, Sir Gregory. It looks like I won't be just making friends here.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen wird diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
I assure you, Emily, the Prussian will never accept this agreement. Volner looks like he's set on ruining Mortimer's plan.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William. These are grave times. We don't care about the fate of Louisiana. That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume, and let Sir Gregory finish.
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching it happen.
How dare you!
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
Artimer ou Holmes? Ouais, c'est un peu... tous des trous de balles, hein.
As for me, I think I shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
My friends, I would like to thank you for staying.
Good God, William. What is this I hear about you reinforcing military power in Louisiana? I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
Pourquoi moi?
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana, they will cede it to you.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the modern world. It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those wetlands. Please continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
Oui, bien sûr. Ah, on n'en sait rien. Très bien. Alors, ça les affiche, mais ça les affiche où?
By going through France, Spain won't suspect that it's you who's going to take possession of Louisiana. They'll even believe that France will be a protective buffer between itself in California and you on the East Coast. If Senor Godoy was afraid that you might take the territory by force, now he is reassured. You would never attack France.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing undercover, and for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
One step ahead? You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, continue to take offense over my project when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T. And if Sir Gregory has the audacity to send you an emissary to convince you to go against me, do me a favor. String him along if you can. The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only too happy to oblige.
Now, let us get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to
Bonnie
ask a
Vox.
favor of you. I'm
Et
going to
bisous.
require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Senor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing but admit defeat.
Lord Mortimer, with all due respect, don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it. I believe in you.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honorable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will have an eye on Louisiana.
But all the same, we're talking about a war in Europe.
Don't worry. That's why Mr. Bonaparte is with us. I am convinced we'll be perfectly capable of managing the conflict. And Senor Godoy is not a great soldier. He will not commit Spain to a long war that he won't be capable of managing.
I'll go straight away.
Thank you, my boy. And get some rest afterwards. Big day tomorrow.
Allez déclencher une guerre, Louis. Parce que là, prenez une bonne nuit de sommeil.
aren't you afraid our projects for Italy may be discovered before we... Oh, please excuse us, Louis, but I need to speak with Lord Mortimer in private.
No, no. What do you want, Louis?
Je voulais juste vous emmerder, en fait.
I'm going to have a word with Duke Manuel, but you know him better than I do, I believe.
Yes. Avoid any marks of respect and protocol pertaining to his rank. He's not fond of courtly manners.
Thank you for the advice, my lord.
Yeah.
When are we supposed to vote?
The conference resumes tomorrow morning. That leaves little time for the little favor I spoke to you about.
Indeed. I'll go straight away. I shall be leaving you.
Il y a un mot en 4 lettres, hein, on l'a toujours pas.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Ah, Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but no one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way.
Alors, Volner. Oh, en alchimie.
Excuse me, but I must fetch a letter for the Duke.
Very well, sir. You may pass.
Mary Louise of Parma. How How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke. It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter. Of course, it's written in Spanish. And it reeks of lavender. Well, well, Mr. Godoy. You seem very interested in hiding this letter. Another secret romance, I presume?
Traduire.
So, let's see what it says.
Ma tendre Pépita, je suis contrit d'être si loin de toi à nouveau. Même pour le bien de mon pays. Je souffre d'avoir dû partir sur cette dispute inutile, car tu es la seule que j'aime, Josepha. À jamais. Je te l'ai dit. Tout ce que j'ai, tout ce que je pourrais t'offrir, je ne le dois qu'à l'affection de la... Soyons unis, je t'en prie, même dans le sacrifice, pour nous, nos enfants à venir. Cesse d'être jalouse, toi seul occupe mes pensées. Le reste n'est que du théâtre, je te le jure.
It seems that the Queen isn't the only one enjoying the Lord Duke's favors. If the Queen found out, it would cost him dearly. I'll keep it with me. You never know.
Duc. Voici les informations obtenues par nos services de renseignement. On confirme que M. Hay travaille effectivement sur un accord avec la Grande-Bretagne. Le but semble d'affaiblir l'économie française, mais en sous-marin également espagnol, par la saisie de marchandises en mer. Nos comptoirs souffrent déjà de l'embargo sur les denrées françaises. Un tel traité signerait la ruine de nos colonies. Je ne doute pas que vous sauriez rapidement trouver une issue diplomatique. De nouvelles instructions.
Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty. Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Prometheus. Punished for stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man.
Ah, du pognon là-bas. Quoi? Attendez, je peux pas revenir en arrière? Il avait une chance sur deux, du coup la mauvaise porte, c'est ça? Ah, mais c'est rentré. Je sais pas ce que je dois faire. Ah. Je crois que c'est là que se finit les aventures de The Richet. Demander Internet. Hein. Ah. Non, c'est la merde. Apparemment, les balcons sont buggés. Ouais, apparemment, c'est toujours bug, ouais. On postait un truc sur le Discord, sur le forum Steam. Quoi, ils allaient patcher ça la semaine prochaine. Donc c'est la semaine prochaine de 2018. Hein. Ils ont pas foulé, bah... je sais pas s'ils fait de l'argent dessus. Hein. Apparemment, on pourrait s'en sortir en utilisant Cheat Engine. Ouais, ok. Bon, bah apparemment il faut restart l'épisode. Je sais pas comment on fait. Ah, épisode j'imagine. Eh, coucou Miss Sattler. Salut Leader Fox. Salut Lisa Lisa. Eh, coucou Richter. Salut Atlal. Oh cringe les bugs. Ah, surtout les bugs qu'ils ont dit qu'ils allaient les patcher il y a 5 ans. Hein. Allez. Ah. Mais insupportable. T'as pas eu ce bug? Bah, je pense que tout le monde l'a pas eu. Enfin, y a que les cons qui ont été trop curieux d'aller sur le balcon. Ah, ça va bien, toi? Vous avez vaincu? Ah, on va pouvoir faire une pause. Ah, super. Vous avez vaincu. Hic. Perdu, mais on a vaincu. Très bien. Je pense que le jeu ne sera jamais dans sa version finale, hein, parce qu'entre-temps, ils en ont fait un autre. Donc je pense qu'il restera toujours en version 0.9.5. J'imagine le patch des balcons en 2018, on peut se le foutre. On peut rêver. Ça, j'allais dire, on peut rêver. Merde. En plus, on était au bout du chapitre. Non, il n'y a pas de... On peut sauter? Pas sauter, hein, en plus. Hein. On peut pas accélérer les dialogues, putain de merde. Il n'y a pas un Council 2, non. Ils ont fait Vampire Swan Song après.
But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us.
Ah non, parce qu'une fois que t'as vendu un jeu, c'est plus la peine de le patcher. Hein.
Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Everyone seems to be a little
Ah, on devrait tous jouer, mais...
heated.
Non, mais... Pas de sauter, quoi. Enfin, incroyable. On va tous retaper, hein. Combien de temps ça fait? Ah, on va devoir se retaper le dialogue chiant avec la mère. Ouais, bah, c'est-à-dire que pour le moment, ça vend pas du rêve pour Vampire Swansong. Hein. Oh là là, il y a une emote dodo. Incroyable.
Wait, I don't...
So you've come at last.
Attendez, j'ai baissé le son.
Easy. Let me turn around.
Voilà.
Oh my god, Mother, what has happened to you?
Who are
T'avais prévenu
What?
Ouais,
But,
oui,
Mother,
oui, tu l'avais prévenu, oui.
are you?
It's me, Louis, your son.
No, you lie.
Emote téléphone, pourquoi?
You won't catch me out like that. Louis isn't here. He obeys his mother. He would never have come here.
Voilà.
Mother, I don't know what you've been through, but lower your arm, please.
You think
Ça a dû tout le temps exister.
But it won't work.
Eh, c'est Lumis Adler. Je crois que je t'ai pas dit bonjour.
Mother,
why are you here?
Ah, mais ça y est, on va recommencer ce truc chiant, là, je m'étais déjà planté la première fois.
Let's go, Mother. Let's go home.
In all my heart, there's nothing I want more.
Oui, il y a une autosave. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une autosave qui save une fois que t'es déjà softlock, tu vois.
Every word that comes out of your mouth is sharper
Ah,
than
autant
a
pour moi.
razor blade.
I don't wish you any harm. Really, Mother. It's me, Louis.
Don't speak to me about him. You will never get him.
Mother, stop torturing yourself. It really is me, Louis. How can I convince you?
If you really are who you say you are, what was the saying I taught you?
You've been telling it to me since I was 3 years old, Mother. How could I ever forget it? Always keep your mind rational.
Je me rappelle déjà pas ce que j'avais dit la première fois.
And open.
You knew it. You are smart. You're getting me muddled up. Tell me, rather, whose place were we at when I told you I was coming here?
Mother, I really am your son. You can't trick me. We were in
Et alors, du
We were
téléphone.
investigating an art dealer.
His name?
Bon, alors c'était pas Bolcher, on va dire que c'était Von Bolschler.
I think he was called Von Botcher.
You think so? Wrong. Louis would never have gotten it wrong.
Ah bah c'était pas lui. Ah, c'est pas grave, on pourra réessayer la prochaine fois.
He lived in Paris, near the Notre Dame Cathedral. We investigated him for 3 months. He made a fortune by taking advantage of gullible collectors of Parisian high society.
You're a good actor.
He was an ancient art dealer. He had the book, Al-Azif.
And that's what you wanted to get out of me, wasn't it?
Not at all. We unmasked him, but then he came after us. We escaped, but you didn't want me to intervene. I listened to you, and we knocked him out.
What? How? You can't know about that. Louis, no. Is it really you?
La pince.
No, no, no. It's not true. It's a
Il manque une pince, ouais.
Don't tell me that. Have you spoken to him?
Oh, shit. She's completely panicked because I spoke to Mortimer. It seems she's afraid of what he might have said to me about her.
Did he speak to you?
Alors Adam, mais c'est bizarre, on avait eu Elisabeth tout à l'heure.
Mother, I don't know what you're imagining, but don't worry. Everything will be all right. If you're worried about what I might think about Elizabeth Adams, honestly...
Oh, Louis! Elizabeth is the last of my worries right now.
Ah.
I did what I could for her, but it was too late. Very well. Rational and open, Louis. Since you arrived on the island, has anything strange happened to you?
Depends on what you mean by strange. Do you want to tell me about your relationship with Elizabeth Adams?
Louis, I don't know what you found out, but just know that I did everything I could to help her.
You mean the voices that she claimed to hear?
Look, this is neither the place nor the time to speak about it. Now shut up and listen to me. We might still have a chance. Something of utmost importance is going to play out right here.
What are you talking about?
A conference, Louis. I should think all Mortimer's guests have arrived by now, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Since this morning.
Perfect. The conference will be able
Quel
to
enfer, j'en
begin.
peux plus. Ah.
Indeed. It shouldn't be long and...
Let me finish. We haven't time. You will attend this conference, and you must find out what Mortimer is up to. Don't trust him, Louis. Understood? Louis, I made a mistake by coming here. We are in the lion's den.
What do you mean?
Mortimer, Holm, their guests. Watch what happens. Do you think it's normal that the representatives of the most powerful nations are here all on their own without anyone else? On an island in the middle of nowhere in total secrecy?
No, not really, but...
Louis! They shape the world. They manipulate us. Everything is decided here and now. They create and break states, provoke wars, destitute governments, or decide who will be their leaders. Open your eyes!
Le poète. Oh putain, mais...
They are capable of reaching everyone, wherever they may be. Through high society banquets, they model the future of us all. And it isn't at all an issue for them.
And? What do you propose?
It's time to act, my son. You will go to this conference and, from the inside, you'll do everything you can to prevent Mortimer's plan from going ahead smoothly. We can talk later. I'll explain everything.
But why?
Do as I say, Louis. It's of the utmost importance. Beware of Mortimer. He won't let anything stand in his way.
You promised me that after...
Yes, after. Go now.
Yes, Mother, I'm going. One more thing, Mother. Emily Hillsborough, Emma's sister, came to this island looking for her sister. She probably won't hesitate to take revenge and...
It's the signal that the conference is starting, Louis. Don't be concerned about the Duchess. She's the last of our worries.
Eh oh, la dévastation, quoi. Pas de la merde à ramasser.
Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by either ear. With his brain oozing,
Mon mauvais,
already
y a pas de souci.
remarkable that he can feel anything. There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
Ah. Verrouillé? Mais pourquoi... Attendez.
Fragment of amber.
Gaming. Bon, bah, on va éviter les fenêtres et les balcons, hein. Pas de me rappeler de monter le volume, hein. Il a duré 3000 ans. On va directement aller voir l'autre con, hein.
Ah, Louis, I've been expecting you. Thank you for joining us. We are about to begin our conference. Let me explain what is at stake.
Thank you kindly, but what do you expect of me exactly? My mother's the one who's supposed to attend, not me.
That is indeed what was initially intended. Unfortunately, she still hasn't been found.
Ouais, graphiquement, il est très... bah, il est en 30 FPS avec zéro optimisation. Mais il est assez joli, ouais. Il est bien doublé, il est bien écrit.
What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
It's important that the French order gets their say. And should you need any advice, don't worry, you are not alone, Louis.
Very well.
Et encore le 30 FPS, je suis gentil, hein. Même la souris, elle est à 30 FPS. Oh, j'ai plus de questions, j'en ai plein le cul.
Louis, let me keep you a moment. I would like to let you
Et bonne nuit, Wolfie. Pas bien.
Because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present
C'est de la bouse.
the territory of Louisiana in North America. It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France. Once it becomes French, France will hand it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminated.
Ouais, Sherlock Holmes, j'aimerais bien tous les faire. Sauf erreur, j'en ai fait... Ah, je sais pas si j'en ai fait un ou deux. En tout cas, sur le principe, ouais, je vais tous les faire. C'était assez cool, hein, des villes d'auteur. Surtout la partie où tu peux jouer le chien. Nixo. 1h37, je vais penser à manger un truc. Alors non, normalement, c'est l'heure à laquelle tu dors, non?
But why spread it over two phases? Why not announce the overall project immediately?
Unfortunately, if
Passe le premier,
Spain
hein.
were to hear that the intention of all this is to allow the United States to grow, they would never sign. Manuel Godoy is perfectly aware of President Washington's appetite. If the United States took Louisiana, Godoy would know full well that he will have lost the entire North American continent. Things must take place in several stages. Otherwise, the change will be too brutal, and he will have no choice but to reject the project. Take a look at them. Apart from President Washington, they all belong to monarchies. Do you really think they won't resist? Of course they'll fight, fearful as they are of losing their precious privileges. But the world needs visionaries, like you, like your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat follow the discussions. We'll have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts.
Blast it, Mother. You didn't know about everything. His project is commendable. Why tell me to beware? Could you have gotten it wrong?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. That makes no sense at all.
My friends, I propose we get started.
Fini ton jeu? Pourquoi le stream aussi, Miss Adler?
First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come.
The honor is ours, my lord.
As per our custom, here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet,
Votre bien à tous,
who will
pourquoi?
represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur.
I
de
hope
Richet.
he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going
Gosse.
to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
Bon, bah, on va les remercier de...
Thank you all. I am honored to be among you today. I will strive to represent the interests of the Order as best I can.
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer.
Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before. A dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory
Ça, t'en sais rien.
remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer, but I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the east coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining two-thirds of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all
Ouais, moi j'ai cru que
this
c'était un
way
jeu de mots aussi.
just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear?
What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you, but rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you
Ah, j'ai
give
jamais
me
fait de
a
radio.
choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am
On me
impatient
pose
to
souvent
hear
la
what Spain
question.
could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What?
Ouais, Force Spooky, mais il est encore un peu trop cher. Hein. Il est 40 balles, je
One
crois.
more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken.
Trop cher.
In the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians,
We
but
shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not the question.
Non, non, bah, j'ai jamais fait de radio. J'ai fait du stream
Duke, these savages, as you call them, were there
dans ma
before you.
jeunesse.
They are on their homeland.
As much as the black people of Africa, Monsieur de Richet. That does not stop your dear France from massacring them and sending them like cattle to Mr. Washington's cotton plantations to provide him with cheap labor. So you keep your morals to yourself, if you please.
Senor, I would not like to be associated with that. The subject of black slaves in the United States of America is a complex subject, which we shall resolve at a future date.
Ah, je suis quand même intrigué par ce jeu. Bon, apparemment, il a été développé n'importe comment. La France ne pratiquera bientôt plus l'esclavage. C'est vrai ça?
Seigneur Godoy, you must know that France will soon ban these barbaric practices.
Oh, do not get on your high horse, Monsieur Frenchman. The only reason why France has ceased trading in slaves is because of the commercial blockade that Great Britain has imposed against
Ouais, apparemment, ils sont intervenus au milieu du développement et puis ils ont viré tout le monde.
France will again treat these people like cattle.
Come now, my friend.
Il y avait eu un truc comme ça,
Not digress.
où le jeu ressemble pas à ce qu'il devait ressembler.
These primitive people have no souls, Louis. We bring the good word to them in order to save them. You'll see. Colonization brings with it many benefits, too.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, Your Eminence, I shall continue. Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France, free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your
Ouais, ça te rappelle quelque chose?
Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
Je viens de le faire et je me rappelle déjà plus ce qu'il faut dire. Alors, conviction ou... Ah waouh!
If I were you, Senor Godoy, I would think twice before stirring up a scandal.
I beg your
Ah, Adam Johnson,
Given the
ouais.
size of your colonies, you won't be able to keep them for long. A number of countries are eyeing them as we speak. The United
Bon
States
appétit,
will have
Unixo.
no trouble taking them. For all intents and purposes, you have no army in place. By wanting to keep everything, you risk losing it all, especially your colonies in South America, which are far more valuable to you.
That is indeed the danger, Duke Manuel. If it comes to war over Louisiana, you will lose. And probably a good deal more than you now imagine.
Young man, you are indeed a dark horse, aren't you?
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Ah, attendez.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Ouais, la France pourrait se passer de l'avis du pape. La France protégerait les chrétiens. Ouais, ça dépend lesquels, non?
If France took the Papal States, their opinion over the sale of Louisiana would be definitely resolved.
Good Lord. You are talking of an invasion of Italy.
Don't take it the wrong way, Your Eminence. Colonization brings with it many benefits. You'll see.
Very funny, Monsieur de Richet. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
I hope that you will teach this pretentious young man some manners, Sir Gregory. It looks like I won't be just making friends here.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie
Parle de deux sexes?
diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
I assure you, Emily, the Prussian will never accept this agreement.
Ah, force
Roland
Podki.
looks like he's set on ruining Mortimer's plan.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William. These are grave times. We don't care about the fate of Louisiana. That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but
Ouais, je le ferai, mais certainement quand il sera à moins de 20 balles.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume, and let Sir Gregory finish.
Trop malaisant, qu'est-ce qu'on va par là?
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching it happen.
How dare you!
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project...
Ah bah attends qu'il soit à moins de 20 balles. Hein.
Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
Eh oui, on va rester.
As for me, I think I shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
My friends, I would like to thank you for staying.
Good God, William.
Ah bah il y a quand même un gros risque que ce soit pas fou. Hein.
I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana, they will cede it to you.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the
Ah non mais laisse tomber 100 balles.
It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those weapons.
Please
continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
Ouais déjà la dernière fois.
Mr. President, Lord Mortimer intends for you to conquer all the North American continent. He's relying on you to not stop at Louisiana, but to continue to push west.
Indeed, it would be dishonest to pretend that this is not my final objective.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing undercover, and for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
One step ahead? You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, continue to take offense over my project when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T. And if Sir Gregory has the audacity to send you an emissary to convince you to go against me, do me a favor. String him along if you can. The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only too happy to oblige.
Now, let us get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to ask a favor of you. I'm going to require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Signor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing but admit defeat.
Lord Mortimer, with all due respect, don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it.
Allez plus vite, parlez plus vite.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honorable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will have an eye on Louisiana.
But all the same, we're talking about a war in Europe.
Don't worry. That's why Mr. Bonaparte is with us. I am convinced we'll be perfectly capable of managing the conflict. And Signor Godoy is not a great soldier. He will not commit Spain to a long war that he won't be capable of managing.
I'll go straight away.
Thank you, my boy. And get some rest afterwards. Big day tomorrow.
Bon, allez, cassons-nous. Ah, il l'a. Il y a des pommes par terre.
Hey, Peru's name tag's fallen off.
Elle est tombée toute seule.
His
Hein.
door's ajar.
Quoi? Ma tendre petite Éléonore, je voulais vous adresser mes pensées apaisées de l'instant. Inutile de dire comment vous me manquez et à quel point je regrette d'avoir dû me séparer de vous. Et je vous sais vertueuse, courageuse et en sécurité auprès de sœur Marie-Hélène. Je ne pourrai jamais réparer mes erreurs, mais je sais aujourd'hui comment vous en épargner définitivement les conséquences. Voyez-en mon sentiment paternel dévoué et affectueux. N'en doutez jamais, quoi qu'il en advienne. Sachez que tout va aller pour le mieux à présent. Je suis déterminé à vous protéger, quoi qu'il m'en coûte aussi. Soyez confiante et sereine dans les épreuves. Avec tout mon amour, votre père à jamais fier.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris. It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris, and there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
Très bien. Monsieur de Pérou? J'aurais dû me méfier du balcon, hein.
Leave me, Diffusé. I don't feel like talking. Are you gonna keep sticking to me like glue? Hell's bells, I don't deserve this. There's nothing you can do for me.
What's going on? Maybe I can help.
Not anymore, you can't. Not against him. But thanks for the offer.
Who are you talking about?
You know very well.
Lord Mortimer? You talk as if you were in danger, monsieur. Has he threatened you in any way?
I'm done for, Monsieur de Richet. I played with the devil, and I lost.
Vulnérable psychologie.
Don't you think it would be good for you to shed your burden?
That is my intention.
You're worried. You have a secret. You're afraid of talking about it.
Or pour moi, non.
You're protecting someone who's dear to you. And apparently, you're prepared to die for that person.
Twice over.
Are you afraid for your daughter?
What are you? Be careful, de Richet. Be very careful what you're about to say if you don't want to go flying off the balcony! What do you know about her?
Nothing apart from the fact that you love her and you're saying goodbye to her. I read your letter on your desk.
I ought to get rid of you.
Perhaps I can help you.
The hero syndrome. You always think you can fix things. She will be safer far away from me. That's it. What's more, no one must find out where or who she is.
C'est pour ça qu'il a écrit une lettre d'adieu avec elle dedans.
Perfectly. Why say goodbye to her? She must still need you.
The only thing she needs is for him never to find her. Time is short, Louis. Follow my advice. Find your mother if she's still alive, and get out of here. Flee this damned island of doom.
Are we in danger?
You've been in danger since the minute you set foot on this rock. He wants you. He's sizing you up. He is circling around you. It's blindingly obvious. And you, flattered as you are, will soon be running around for him just to keep your place among his precious few. It feels so good to be accepted by him. You will experience power, wealth, glory. He will give it all to you until one day you will feel so eaten up inside that you will no longer know who you are. You will find yourself void of all conscience, of all freedom. You can no longer look at yourself in the mirror without feeling sick.
Refuse, I tell you. From now on, say no. No!
You're a good man, Louis. You look after yourself. As for me, I shall take back my freedom tomorrow morning. I'm through with it all.
There you go. Back in the saddle. I'm glad to hear it.
Come on. It's late. I'd like to get some rest.
Very well. I'll leave you then. See you tomorrow, monsieur.
Je pensais qu'il allait sauter. Bon, rentrons à l'intérieur pendant que le jeu nous laisse. Attraper la. Ah, c'est chez nous. Non, c'est chez Bonaparte.
The Beaucaire dinner. It hasn't been signed yet, but there's a letter with it. It isn't signed. That's some quality paper. And that handwriting, I'd say it's Mortimer's.
Bonaparte. Comme promis, voici les quelques pages que je vous recommande. Quoi? Comme promis, voici les quelques pages que je vous recommande de parvenir à faire publier d'ici quelques mois. Waouh, putain. Ils sont pas si ouf, hein. Nous deux savons que c'est bien uniquement par manque de temps que vous n'avez pas pu coucher ces lignes par vous-même. Les idées sont bien les vôtres à présent. Ne vous sentez pas redevable. Votre réussite suffira pour le bien de tous.
So, Bonaparte is going to publish a book that he didn't write. That crafty little rascal.
The Prince by Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surfeit of ambition. That might come in handy.
Alors, Monsieur Bonaparte, faisons réponse à votre demande d'intronisation au sein de notre société, et vous informons par la présente que vous ne remplissez malheureusement pas les critères exigés pour faire partie de l'Ordre doré. Nous sommes cependant honorés par l'intérêt que vous avez manifesté pour nos recherches et nos activités. Nous ne doutons pas que votre engouement pour les sciences occultes ne vous permette un jour de vous joindre à nous. Et dans l'attente de ce jour, nous vous prions d'accepter l'expression de toute notre considération. Ça de richesse. On dirait les réponses à mes offres d'emploi.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. My dearest son, I'm writing to implore you to act quickly. The situation is rapidly worsening here. Paoli continues to steer our motherland, Corsica, toward open warfare between France and England. His men are everywhere. We are obliged to go into hiding.
C'est le ch'ti,
remain in the same place for more than 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if they targeted us soon. Make haste, my son. You hold our destiny in your hands. Your loving mother, Maria Letizia Bonaparte.
Ah, ils se sont trompés de doublage là. Mon très cher fils, je me permets de t'écrire à nouveau afin de t'implorer d'agir vite. La situation se dégrade rapidement ici. Paoli continue d'orienter notre mère patrie, la Corse, vers une guerre ouverte avec la France et l'Angleterre. Les hommes sont partout. Nous nous cachons désormais afin de ne pas rester plus de 2 jours au même endroit. Je ne serais pas étonné qu'ils s'en prennent à nous très prochainement. Dépêche-toi, mon fils. Tu tiens notre destin entre tes mains, tata, père qui t'aime. Maria Laetitia Bonaparte.
My dearest
Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon.
It's a beautiful weapon. A lovely damask blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles. A bicorn decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a French soldier. The Battle of Alexander at Issus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur.
Oui, je prends des notes, évidemment. J'en ai pas du tout plein le cul. Un effet de tic. Après, note pour éviter softlock. Ouais, c'est un peu ça, ouais.
Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but No one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way.
En fait, je prends des notes à la première run. Là, je relance le chapitre, comme ça, je fais un perfect. Il fallait inventer une histoire, hein, je me rappelle.
Excuse me, but I must fetch a letter for the Duke.
Et on est malin.
Very well, sir.
On n'a pas le choix surtout. C'est le jeu qui décide. Bon, alors on en était là.
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my lord.
J'ai plus que le bloc-notes, hein. Pas le balcon. Le softlock. Alors, remarquez quelque chose.
It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter. Of course, it's written in Spanish. And it reeks of lavender. Well,
Il y a 2 balcons, t'as vu?
Mr. Godoy, you seem very interested in hiding this letter.
Con.
Another secret romance, I presume?
Sur un des balcons, il y avait de la thune, hein, rappelle-toi. Hein. Je pense qu'on devrait laisser tenter. Par la thune, hein.
So, let's see what it says.
Attendre Pépita, blablabla, on avait déjà lu ça la première fois.
The Queen isn't the only one enjoying the Lord Duke's favors. If the Queen found out, it would cost him dearly.
Balcon, bah il te bloque.
Keep it with me.
En fait, une fois que t'es sorti sur le balcon, tu peux plus revenir. Et bon, bah évidemment, il n'y a rien à faire sur le balcon. Hein.
Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty.
Don Quixote.
Talk Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the gods.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Allez, c'est parti. Vilain balcon. Ah, c'est le balcon qui est en cours de réparation depuis 5 ans. Hein. Pas réparé dans une semaine d'il y a 5 ans. Eh merci Richtou.
Charles IV of Spain. Now there's no chance of Godoy forgetting who he owes everything to.
Bon bah qu'est-ce qu'on est venu foutre ici par lui piquer des trucs. Il est sur le balcon. Non, me dites pas qu'il est sur le balcon. La hantise, ouais, les softlocks, mais surtout que tu peux pas skip les cinématiques. Enfin, tu peux pas accélérer le jeu. En fait, si tu recommences le chapitre, tu te retapes tous les dialogues. Comment dire les dialogues, c'est pas ce qui passe le plus vite. Alors ça, c'est le balcon. On est resté coincé comme un con. Enfin, Ça, c'est le deuxième balcon.
Volner's probably still behind the door. I best go out through the balcony just in case.
Ouais. Je me dis d'aller sur le balcon. Comment dire Alors celui-là par contre on peut revenir en arrière. Hein. Hop. Alors, chambre de Richter, couloir. C'est pas un couloir, ça. Cauchemar, balcon, ouais. Chambre de Piaggi.
My dear Giuseppe, poor health forbids me from joining you. Please thank Sir Gregory for his invitation to Lord Mortimer's. I'm convinced you'll be able to strengthen our agreements. Please tell Sir Gregory that his enterprise concerning our friend Cardinal Bishop Chiaramonti is following its course. I place my trust in you. May God bless you and give you protection. SS Giovanni Angelico Braschi.
Cher Giuseppe, mon état de santé ne me permettant pas de me joindre à vous, vous remercierez bien Sir Gregory pour son invitation chez Lord Mortimer. Convaincu qu'on devrait consolider nos accords. Informez bien Sir Gregory, entreprise concernant notre ami et l'évêque cardinal de Chiaramonti, puis son cours. J'ai toute confiance en vous. Dieu vous bénisse et vous protège.
Torquemada, quite the contrast. Wow, the fanatical priest who created the Inquisition sends shivers down the spine. Satan summoning his legions. This is rather surprising for the decoration of a cardinal's room. Destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem by Francesco Hayez. The Roman destruction by Titus and his army. What violence!
Ah, les balcons.
John the Baptist, Youth with a Ram, by Caravaggio. A very sensual vision and very far from the usual representations of St. John. Venus and Cupid with a Satyr, by Correggio. Innocence, indiscretion, and lechery. Giuseppe must love that. Love Triumphant, by Caravaggio. Now there's someone for whom the sex of angels is no mystery.
Note à la main de...
Amber Crystals. The Lying Girl by Boucher. Here's a paint, The Rape of the Daughters of Lucipis by Rubens. Surprising choice for His Eminence Biaggi.
Peur. Un problème d'architecture là. rabat, lui. Bon, je sais pas où il est, l'autre con. Ah. Ah, mais du coup, est-ce qu'on sait où il est?
Duke Manuel?
Well, well. Monsieur de Richet, I was not expecting you. I am not in the mood, sir, I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
Ah, ça tombe bien, on est venu pour te faire chier, en fait. Alors, manuel, machin. Ah, aucune idée, très bien.
I see you're still feeling under pressure. Since your
Envie de faire
arrival,
chier.
I've
Bah,
noticed
c'est
that you've been on the defensive.
un peu les
It
recommandations
seems to me
de
that Monsieur Peru has a knack for
Mortimer.
getting your
Hein.
backup.
That is the least you can say. Indeed. I was warned. I knew what to expect. For God's sake, why in the hell did your people execute their king? Have the French gone stark raving mad? There are nothing but monarchies in power in Europe. They will all come crashing down on you.
We shall see. It might, well, turn out to be the opposite.
You certainly do not lack for audacity, young man. Just tell me one thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries, just waiting for the word to pounce. Really, I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
Politique, non, pas de politique. Elle va battre Holm. Il était un peu entre les deux là.
The Golden Order, my friend. The Order is everywhere. We come from France. We are President of the United States, England, and many other countries. We have ambitions and the means to carry them out. You'll see, once all hell breaks out and your English support starts to fade away. The Order is an international organization. It matters little what governments do. Otherwise, why would Mortimer have gone to the trouble of inviting my mother?
If you are right, Sir Gregory has got it all wrong. Tell me, do you really believe Spain has any interest in ceding Louisiana to France?
Et non, parce qu'il a dit que c'était gratos.
Duke Manuel, for Spain, I don't know. But for you, I'm convinced that Lord Mortimer will thank you generously.
You would not be trying to bribe me, would you?
Nothing could be further from my mind. It would be an insult to believe that someone such as yourself might have a practical attitude towards its virtue. Even so, it is only natural that you be supported and encouraged if you were to follow Lord Mortimer, isn't it?
Indeed, for services rendered, it would be natural for me to receive compensation for the time spent achieving such an undertaking, yes?
Naturally. And, given your status, my Lord Duke, the compensation would have to be considerable.
Naturally. Tell me one last thing. What would I gain from all this?
Diversion. Reconnaissant. Je ne perdrai pas.
I'm sure that Lord Mortimer will be very appreciative. He's always supported those who have given him help, and you know well that he has every means to do so.
That at least is true.
Come on, you fool, give it up. You're trapped like a rat.
Monsieur, I am astounded. I did not think you capable, but you have succeeded. I will be more wary of you the next time. Nonetheless, if you can guarantee Lord Mortimer's support, then yes, you can count on my vote when the time comes. However, I expect you to be discreet with regard to my former partners, without which our agreement will become null and void.
Of course, my Lord Duke. You can count on me. Lord Mortimer will be delighted to hear that.
Ouais, c'est le Shadow.
I hope you know what you are getting into, Louis. I bid you good luck.
18, sauf
Good night,
erreur.
my Lord Duke.
See you tomorrow. Well, that's one thing out of the way. Only thing left to do is wait for the conference to resume tomorrow morning.
On peut aller se coucher. Sur quelle plateforme? Aucune idée. Là c'est sur PC. Cas disponible sur Steam. Lui, il nous voit passer dans son dos, il se pose pas de questions.
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're here. What a charming surprise. I'm beginning to think you can't be without me.
You have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
Va dormir. Non, pas du tout.
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why's that?
Well, you are going to lose. Why stay with Lord Mortimer?
I believe he has every chance of winning.
My, you are a rash one. However, if ever you want to change sides, please feel free to let me know.
But tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind, although you would have everything to gain by it.
PS5, Xbox, ouais, c'est disponible partout quoi. Alors attends, qu'est-ce qu'on sait sur elle? On sait rien. Mais si, mais on s'était fait avoir, on avait utilisé quoi, l'occultisme contre elle? Ouais, il y en a deux, trois.
Do you perhaps know something that I don't? Come on, Emily. It's time you lay your cards on the table. If you know something I don't about Lord Mortimer, now's the time.
I don't want to speak ill of him, but in certain circles, you can't exactly say he has a good reputation.
Continue.
Well, there have been instances where he has used people, then gotten rid of them once he no longer seemed to need them, Louis. He makes fine promises, makes you feel valuable, tests you. But beware. I'm worried that something might happen to you.
Are you advising me to change sides as a precaution?
I'd rather say as a safety measure. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Non, mais...
Of course, Emily. You know you have my full trust.
Merde.
Louis, you're lying. That's not good. Any more of that and I might get upset. Admit, though, that it does make you think. There's still time, you know. Join us before it's too late.
Ouais, en fait, les personnages avec qui tu parles, ils ont soit des faiblesses, soit des forces. Et bon, bah voilà. Changer de camp. Non.
Unfortunately, my word is my bond. I don't want to leave Lord Mortimer in the lurch.
Very well, as you wish. It's up to you to decide.
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
Edema. Ouais. Oui. Ah merde, j'ai confondu les deux. Croiser sa sœur. Jumelle. Dire qu'on a vu Sarah, ça c'est notre mère.
I've seen her, Emily.
What? When was that?
A little earlier, just before the conference. She was hiding.
And did you manage to speak to her?
She's not the same. I don't know what's been happening to her, but she's changed. I found her in a deplorable state with one of her hands cut off. I mean, she was saying crazy things, bordering on delirium.
What? Did you say one of her hands was cut off? What happened to her?
I don't know. She wouldn't say.
And did she tell you why she shot Emma?
But how do you know she shot Emma? I didn't tell you.
You knew it, and you never said anything. Well, Louis, keeping your little secrets to yourself, that's not nice.
I was afraid for you.
No need to justify yourself, you know. We both have our secrets. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
Come, Louis.
Votre mère a tiré sur sa sœur. On a vu dans l'introduction.
My friends, do not worry. I assure you that Lord Mortimer's plan will never see the light of day. I shall deal with informing our allies, but for the time being, I need you to make a stand.
What do you think about Monsieur de Richet?
I don't know yet. I feel there's great potential in him. He looks like he can be trusted. And Duchess Hillsborough. Why isn't she here? She's busy. Don't worry about her.
Oh, isn't it time to replace her?
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You ought to have a little more faith in her. What are we going to do about Washington? He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king. Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing. To keep his dear America
On a peu tous peur, hein?
He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim. He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Emily? Emily? Are you there?
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you.
Come on, Louis. Game's back
Micro-sieste.
on.
T'as bien raison.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I troubled you last night with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to answer your questions and check the temperature of your respective positions so that we may reach a greater understanding.
As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice.
C'est sûr que le blanc qui se mettait sur la gueule.
Even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
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 And you, Duke Manuel?
Well, you see, it is more complicated and it...
Goodbye?
Calm, Gregory. Don't try to impress my guests, please.
They are not your guests.
Gregory, anyone under my roof is by definition my guest. You included. I would be very grateful if you would let my guests speak. Duke Manuel, you were saying you still had some doubts?
Well, you see, the situation has changed since last night.
What's going on here, my Lord Duke?
You see, I gave it some thought during the night. New arguments have come to light.
What do you mean, Duke Manuel?
Sir Gregory, I regret to inform you that Spain will not support you in this operation. I vote for. Moreover, in response to arguments brought to my attention, I declare war on France.
What? What is he doing?
If you think France is afraid of you, you are dreaming.
Over 10 nations rise against you, young man, and you behave like a yapping little dog?
When the French armies are at your door, my Lord Duke, you will change your tune. Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It was nothing more than a friendly little chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
For, of course.
Well, that leaves just yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick.
Non, il n'y a pas de franglais, c'est tout en anglais.
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There you are, quibbling away. My lord do this, and Madame Duchess that. You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a damn string.
Jacques, Camille.
Let's end the charade. It's over.
Jacques.
My lord, thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. But it didn't come for free. And now I see the price is too high to pay. I'll stop.
Come, Jacques, we'll talk it over.
No, I'm finished. I want my freedom back, my lord. I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
Diffusé, you just can't help it, can you?
Oh putain.
Stop trying to play the hero, man!
Psychologie.
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things!
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things anymore.
You can take control of yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jacques. You'll have all the time you need.
Pas du tout, mais... Logique, conviction. Attends, c'était quoi déjà? Psychologie et interrogatoire. On a un mauvais accent anglais. Parle avec une forte résonance française. Affiche les immunités. Mais ça, j'ai pas compris comment ça marche. Les affiches où? En haut à gauche? Il n'y a rien affiché en haut à gauche. J'ai l'icône, mais ça m'en dit pas plus. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire? Je comprends pas à quoi ça sert ce machin. Ça les affiche pas dans le journal non plus, tu vois, à découvrir. Sur les dialogues. Il n'y a pas de dialogue là. Ça va s'arranger. Soyons unis. Ça va s'arranger. Je vais le regretter.
I'm sure we can work things out.
But you don't know him.
Let's stay united, Jack. He's nothing without us.
Really?
Trust me.
Ah ouais, sur les dialogues, t'as raison.
This is not who you are. You're better than that.
You don't know me.
Yes, I do. I know you're no coward. So give me your weapon, please.
But
There's nothing to fear. I'm right here.
I don't want him to talk to me.
Don't worry. You're safe now, Jack.
Monsieur Peru,
Une petite croix.
I've seriously hurt someone if Monsieur de Richet here hadn't stopped you. Your behavior is unacceptable. You would do better to go and rest in your apartment. My friends, we shall continue the conference later. I would like to apologize for the inexcusable behavior of my guest. We all need to
Comme ça, depuis sa chambre, il pourra se foutre en bas le balcon, c'est ça?
take the rest of the day off.
Pas de migraine. Ah. Quoi? Ouais, bon. Ouais, bon, c'était un jeu en bêta, hein. Alors le balcon, c'était pas un crash, hein. Le balcon, c'était volontaire, mais c'est un softlock. Le colloque.
Wait.
Ah putain, bon ça va, on recommence pas trop loin.
Help it, can you? Stop trying to play the hero, man.
Je me rappelle déjà plus ce qu'il fallait. J'avais dit ça.
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things.
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things anymore.
You can take control of yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jack. You'll have all the time you need.
Va s'arranger, mon petit gars. Et donc c'est pas donné, hein, ça va s'arranger.
I'm sure we can work things out.
But you don't know him.
Let's stay united, Jack. He's nothing without us.
Really?
Trust me. This is not who you are. You're better than that.
You don't know me.
Yes, I do. I know you're no coward, so give me your weapon, please.
But
There's nothing to fear. I'm right here.
I don't want him to talk to me.
Don't worry, you're safe now, Jacques.
Monsieur Peru, you could have seriously hurt someone if Monsieur de Richet here hadn't stopped you. Your behavior is unacceptable. You would do better to go and rest in your apartment. My friends, we shall continue the conference later. I would like to apologize for the inexcusable behavior of my guest. We all need to recover from all of this excitement. Take the rest of the day off.
Bon, putain. On a pu découvrir un sujet au sujet de Gregory Holm. Pas grave. Huit points disponibles, c'était incroyable. Bon. La quantité de points qu'ils veulent. Permet des actions et des options de dialogue, mais ça permet pas de sauter les dialogues. Hein. 10 points avant le niveau 3. C'est vrai qu'il y avait la traduction, c'était pas mal hein, aussi.
I don't understand. I spoke to him only recently.
Monsieur Peru has lost his mind. It's obvious.
Yet another way for the French to make a spectacle of themselves. Well, once again, it has worked.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us celebrate Louis's courage. He enabled us to avert a tragedy.
Yes, that was very noble of you, Louis.
You have given us all a fine lesson in courage.
Thank you.
He owes you his life. That's quite something.
That madman deserves to die.
We are providing Monsieur Peru with care, but rest assured, he is no longer a danger to himself or anyone else. I think everyone needs a little rest. Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
Course. Alors. 3 manuscrits. Interrogatoire. Escrime. Ah, on va aller le voir.
Louis, I wanted to thank you personally. I admire what you did to save Monsieur Peru's life. You have given us all a wonderful lesson in courage.
Don't mention it, my lord. You would have done the same. I was just quicker.
Ah, humility is a fine quality, sir.
Where is he now?
In his room. I've sedated him. I don't want him trying to take his life again. Or, worse yet, attacking one of the guests. When in despair, Monsieur Peru is clearly a dangerous man.
Pourquoi était-il terrorisé? Alors attends. Immuniser la science.
Tell me, my lord, can you think of any reason why he would be so terrified of you?
Terrified? Come now, that's a bit harsh. I think he was simply unable to put things into perspective. I see no reason to fear me. Ask President Washington. I don't believe I'm such a difficult friend.
Having spoken to him, I can assure you that he feared you even more than death itself. Had he disappointed you in any way recently?
Of course, he was on the edge. He was desperate, and it grew noticeable in his work. Our collaboration was probably coming to an end, but I certainly didn't feel the need to threaten him, ever.
But without you, no more support, no more money. It was an end to his social status. If you lost, he lost everything, didn't he?
No, not his life.
Thanks to me, I guess. On that note, my lord, I'll be leaving you. Have we covered everything?
Absolutely. Oh, Louis, one more thing, please. I wanted to thank you for your support during the conference. You've made the right choice, and it gives me tremendous satisfaction to have you with me on this project.
C'est-à-dire que, vu ce qu'il y avait en face.
What is at stake is worth it, my lord. Now, I won't hide from you the fact that I have no idea by what miracle we could ever get a unanimous vote.
Trust me, Louis. We still have a few more cards to play. You'll see. Anything can happen in politics.
I'll see you later, my lord.
Alors, ma chambre, elle est là-bas.
I already mentioned it yesterday. Either to you or to someone else. Impossible to tell with you people.
Yes, sir.
Your yes is not sufficient. Tell the others, for crying out loud. Remember to close my window once you've done my room.
Monsieur Bonaparte.
Louis, once again, bravo for what you did. If it weren't for you, Peru would have blown his brains out. You've got courage. I like this. We just lost the vote for the next conference, and we already had fewer votes than Holm. I must absolutely find a solution.
Ouais, bah, ils ont un accent français, mais... Étiquette, Napoléon, c'est quoi? Conviction politique. Par l'étiquette.
Excuse me, sir, but given recent events, I find it somewhat cavalier to return to your political preoccupations so quickly.
Yes, I know. You must find me inhumane. But what can I do? We are here to decide upon the fate of our nations, Louis. It is time you realize what is at stake here. I hold nothing against Monsieur Peru personally, but what concerns me most right now is to not lose sight of the objectives of this meeting. In short, we haven't a minute to lose. I'll leave you now.
Just a minute.
C'est ok d'avoir l'accent français. Quelle était la proposition d'Emily?
What did
Merde.
Duchess Hillsborough propose last night?
Oh, nothing worth worrying about. The pretty little pudding eater found no better tactic than to threaten me. She would have been better off sliding into my bed. At least we wouldn't have wasted part of the night talking for nothing.
Ça appuie la narration. Oui, ça appuie la narration, et puis... Et bon, en soi, l'accent est assez cool quand même. Ça a son petit charme.
Threatened you, you say?
That's what I said. I think I'm going to have to be careful of English troops crisscrossing the Mediterranean for a while. The witch would let loose the wrath of the English crown on my august person. But if she thinks that would scare a Bonaparte, she is mistaken. Now, Louis, time is running short, and as I said, I'm in a hurry. I have to go now. I will see you later.
T'es anglophone, toi? Du Ubisoft. Mais il n'y a pas que Ubisoft. Et coucou Nalala, merci pour le raid. Ça va. Coucou. Ça va? Ça va bien Lala? Eh, salut G-Man Rock, comment ça va? Je leurre. J'ai vu que t'essayais un nouveau jeu aujourd'hui, mais j'ai pas pu passer. T'as vu ce que tu faisais? Ah, pas du tout, d'accord. Bon, moi je connais pas mal d'anglais, surtout des Américains, et voilà, je parle avec un accent incroyable. Et, mais jamais j'ai eu de remarques par rapport à ça. Ouais, ça va bien, ça va bien. Qu'est-ce que vous faisiez? Ah, tu continues Céleste, waouh. Ça va, encore du travail là. Ça va, d'accord. Call of Torment. Un dérivé de Vampire Survivor. Tu entends ça, Richtou? Céleste, c'est le jeu le plus difficile que j'ai fait. Ultra lent. Ah, tout de suite, c'est du Vampire Survivor élitisme, non? Ça se dit ça? En tout cas, merci beaucoup pour le raid, hein. C'est vraiment très très gentil. Je suis amusé. Prendrai sûrement. Ok. S'il sortira de l'Early Access. Ah, c'est parce que t'avais dit pour Vampire Survivor. Hein. En attendant, j'en ai une dizaine à faire, ouais. Et du coup, comment ça se passe, Céleste? Ça se passe bien? Est formé pour comprendre l'intégralité des ragots qui sont lâchés autour de la machine à café. Déjà pas mal de contenu, ouais. Il y en avait trop pour moi. Ah waouh, les phases B. Ah, moi j'ai jamais eu le courage d'attaquer les B. Un plaisir. Oh, moi c'était déjà un miracle que j'ai fini le jeu de base. Alors... Ah, t'as pas fait Céleste, Richtou? Oh, mais c'est une honte, ça. Un scandale. C'est vrai. À laisser. Céleste, j'avais vu le speedrun. C'est assez incroyable. Il y avait Adrinor qui l'avait speedrun aussi. Vampire Swan Song. Non mais toi tu vas bien t'en sortir sur Céleste. King's Quest, tu t'es lancé dans King's Quest? Et merci beaucoup pour le follow, Strasbourg Guide. Note les jeux que j'ai stop. Très rigolo. Très rigolo sur les premiers épisodes. Comment ça? Un jeu épisodique? Comment ça, tant pis, je vais dodo? T'as pas mangé? J'ai raté un message. Apparemment, j'ai raté des messages. Et si, ah. La Mac. On avance, puis ça devient sérieux. Mais King's Quest, c'est plutôt une... Bon, moi je connais pas s'il y a des nouveaux, mais Disons, c'est plutôt des jeux sérieux, non? Ah, t'es au café? T'es au café? Regardez, c'est marqué sur l'écran. Ouais. Il y a une très forte vibe Dark Souls. La chambre de The Reacher. Presque. C'est un coup de liquette. Incarne Louis de Richetoux. Et bonne nuit, Nalala. Pas bien. Lurk, non mais pas besoin de lurk. Ouais. Sensible s'abstenir. Ah, nous, au moins qu'on finisse le chapitre. Le chapitre? Dans l'épisode, il reste 2 chapitres. Ah, c'est ça. Perso qui balance, quel enfer! Toutes les 2 minutes. Bon, dans le premier. D'ailleurs, t'as pas continué le premier, Richetoux? N'est-il pas? J'en chie. Ça va peut-être le premier, là, quand j'aurai fini Elden Ring. Et en 2025. Ah, j'ai plus de café. Télécharger 180 gigas de son pour ma musique. Comment ça? C'est plus dur que le premier, ouais, c'est plus ou moins ce que tout le monde dit. C'est plus dur que le premier. Compositeur, oui, non, je sais que t'es compositeur. Non, je n'ai pas oublié. Pas, du coup je comprends pas forcément de quoi tu parles. 180 gigas d'échantillons. C'est un peu la main dans le slip, un peu comme Vampire Survivor, non? Le jeu qui joue tout seul, non? Ah, des sons divers. Ouais, c'est un peu comme les sons de Richetoux, là, les sons de perceuses et de trucs qui tombent. C'est en dormant. Est-ce que tu dormais la main dans le slip? J'ai jamais fait de musique avec un son de perceuse. La musique industrielle, ouais, c'est un peu ça, ouais. Pas ça, ce sont des FX. Ah. Sans oublier l'aspirateur. Pas entendu l'aspirateur. Je faisais en dormant et la main dans le slip. Parle d'instruments. Ah, tu sais, j'ai assisté à des concerts où la musique était faite sans instrument, sans rythme et sans parole. Hein. C'est expérimental. Hein. C'est même expérimentalement, exceptionnellement insupportable. Alors que moi, je suis décompositeur. Des morceaux existants et je les massacre à la guitare. De l'orchestral, et je m'essaie en ce moment à des trucs plutôt électro dark ambiant. Hein. Et coucou maîtresse, comment ça va? Vous êtes intéressé? J'ai une curiosité à partager. Une symphonie assez industrielle et expérimentale qui date du début. Alors moi, j'ai eu ma dose pour toute ma vie hein, de l'expérimental. Hein. Quand il fallait faire un hommage aux ouvriers de l'URSS. Avant, je bossais dans les salles de théâtre. J'avais déjà. Alors parfois, on avait des trucs vraiment très très conceptuels. Hein. Et un jour, on a eu un festival de musique expérimentale. Alors des trucs étranges, j'en avais vu. Mais alors jusqu'à là, jamais j'avais pissé le sang par les oreilles. C'est de la musique faite à base de 100% de l'arsène. Le gars, il avait une platine de vinyle, donc il avait son vinyle dessus, son micro certainement pas loin. Il mixait comme ça. C'est horrible. À un moment, je l'ai vu enlever le disque, le ranger, il en a sorti un autre. Je me suis dit, bon, bah, c'est bon. Il a recommencé. Alors, il a changé de disque, mais en fait, au niveau du son, rien n'a changé. Hein. J'ai pas vu la différence. Ah, mais Richter, il partage ses créations, non? Topic. Non, non. Non. Le pire, c'est qu'il y avait pas mal de monde. Hein. Il y avait pas mal de monde. Et à la fin, quand ça s'est enfin terminé, les gens, ils ont applaudi. Bah écoutez, tout de suite, j'ai pas de navigateur ouvert. Ah si, attendez, si, j'ai un navigateur ouvert. Écoutez à 7 minutes. Alors, attendez, pourquoi il n'y a pas de son? J'ai hâte de manger quelque chose de plus consistant. Ah. Tout à l'heure, ah, j'espère que tout va bien. Et des tas de bruit de machin. Et j'ai trop de son maintenant. Symphony of the Factory. Je pensais que si je mets la musique sur le stream, je vais me faire DMCA. De fibrome, ah merde. Eh, ne le fais pas, pourquoi? J'espère que tout ça s'est bien passé. Juste partager, ouais. Ah bah on partage. Hein. Ouais, c'est space, mais c'est pas le plus space que j'ai écouté. Il a dû faire dans son slip. Ah, 1922, c'est pas encore Staline, c'est l'autre con, là. Il s'appelle l'autre con, je sais plus. Pas Lénine, c'est pas Lénine en 22. Sylvester Staline, c'est ça. C'est bon, j'en ai assez entendu. C'est une belle découverte. Les camarades, jamais. Ou est-ce qu'on n'irait pas se faire du café? Camarade syntaxe. La politique, c'est le mal.
Next time, I'll listen to my mother. Not a day has gone by without something happening to me. What now?
Louis, open up, please.
Coming, Mr. President, I'm coming.
Louis. Ah, there you are at last.
Yes,
I just saw your mother. She was accompanied by Emily, and they both went into the Duchess's room. I tried to join them, but I was refused entry. Louis, this does not bode well.
Oh, shit. Emily might want to avenge her sister. I must act quickly.
You're right, Mr. President. Thank you.
Ah bah non, bah du coup il reste chez nous, il va fouiller dans nos affaires, c'est clair. On va trouver Emily Hillsborough. On n'a pas parlé de café là il y a 3 minutes? Washington, player number 2. J'imagine que c'est la tour qu'ils n'ont pas eu le temps de modéliser. Washington. Oui, on l'appelle président, oui. C'est le président des États-Unis d'Amérique.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my place. I have a project.
Bienvenue en France, mais c'est pas tout à fait la France en fait, c'est une île perdue, je sais pas trop où.
I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know your new country is very young, but rest assured that I would do nothing to jeopardize what we have built together. I look forward to seeing you soon. Your friend, William.
Washington. Déjà fait des visites diplomatiques, comment ça? Pas tout suivi. Mon cher Georges, je t'invite à me rejoindre comme prévu chez moi. J'ai un projet à te soumettre. Il est temps que les États-Unis prennent une place plus importante sur l'échiquier mondial. Je connais tes réticences à jouer avec le feu. Je sais que ton nouveau pays est bien jeune, mais sois assuré que je ne ferai rien pour mettre en péril ce que nous avons déjà bâti ensemble. Au plaisir de te revoir prochainement, ton ami, Isou. Si Washington est venu en France? La réponse est oui, et vu que c'est pour visiter la France. Ouais, bon, enfin...
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Ouais, les gens ils sont pas obligés d'être au courant de ça, hein. Erreur 404? Non, me dites pas que OBS est encore planté.
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Ah. Ah, on y a été. Oh merde, il y a encore un balcon. Il est pas venu en avion? Le live est bug. Concernant le jeu, nous sommes sur un genre d'île. Ouais, on est sur un genre d'île, mais je sais pas si c'était indiqué quelle île. Ouais. Bon. Ah mais attendez, il y a le... il y a la carte qui a bugué. Alors selon la carte, nous sommes toujours dans le couloir. Tout est normal.
Portrait of George Washington.
Ah, c'est le miroir sans reflet, très bien.
A map of Connecticut.
Il y a beaucoup de balcons, hein. J'ai un peu peur. Hein. J'ai peur de choisir le mauvais. Hein.
A map of Vermont.
Moyen primordial à l'époque, c'est le bateau. Bah, il y avait le cheval aussi. Moi, ce qui m'inquiète un peu, c'est que le balcon n'est pas indiqué sur la carte. Mais qu'on peut y aller. C'est long quand même. Ça peut être long, ouais. Peut-être qu'à l'époque, tu vois, la banquise était suffisamment gelée pour faire Europe États-Unis, hein, on sait pas. Bon, du coup, si je vais sur le balcon, le jeu il explose ou parce que le jeu il a pas vraiment l'air de savoir où je suis, hein. J'avais quitté les States. On va pas attendre qu'un seul casse. Il y a la France, c'est le seul moyen, c'est le bateau. Passer par l'Égypte, la Turquie. Les States, c'est plus compliqué. Mais je pense que traverser l'Afrique, c'est plus compliqué aussi, hein, quand même. En jambe Gibraltar. Bon, bah, je me méfie du balcon, hein, je sais pas. J'ai bien envie de le tenter, mais... Je vais le regretter. Je vais le regretter.
Amber crystals.
Bon, au moins on a pris un fragment d'ambre. Ah, maintenant on se balade dans le vide. Encore mieux. Ouais, par l'Alaska, ouais. Oui, les Vikings l'ont fait. Attends, non, c'est pas les Vikings qui ont traversé l'Alaska. Oh là là, non mais attendez, Vous attendez, on n'est pas au bon étage. Oui. Il veut aller loin, ménage sa monture. Ouais, ou il finit par la manger aussi. Hein. Enfin. Ouais, jusqu'en en bateau, ouais, c'est possible. Non, je pense que l'histoire des gars qui ont traversé, ça date de bien avant. Peut-être. Des noms de parallèles, ouais, possible. Possible. Bon, bah... Chambre d'Adam, on doit retrouver qui? Emily. Alors là, on était chez Washington, Adam, von Wollner. Du coup, il faudrait aller par là. Ça va exploser, je le sens.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Ah.
Get on with it. I'm busy.
En fait,
I wanted to speak to you about the
je suis
conference.
paniqué.
Listen, you chose your side. You had every possible reason to make the right choice, but you preferred to commit yourself to Mortimer.
Les petits pédestres,
Good
oui,
luck,
c'est ça, c'est le terme
because
paléontologique.
it's a lost battle. The subject is closed. Anything else?
Universal. Ah.
As I was passing by your room, I wondered if you'd made any progress with your search for the Al-Azif.
Do you remember our little discussion last time, de Richet?
Indeed.
Pas du tout.
I do.
So, please go straight to hell and stop wasting my time.
Ah, bon, on voulait vous parler du colloque.
I wanted to speak to you about the conference.
Listen, you chose your side. You had every possible reason to make the right choice, but you preferred to commit yourself to Mortimer. Good luck, because it's a lost battle. The subject is closed. Anything else?
Bah oui, je voulais te parler du colloque.
I wanted to speak to you about the conference.
Listen, you chose your side. You had every possible reason to make the right choice, but you preferred to commit yourself to Mortimer. Good luck, because it's a lost battle. The subject is closed. Anything else?
Non, non, c'est bon, on va vous laisser vous reposer. Hein.
Excuse me, this is the wrong room.
C'était timé, je comprends pas. Les Club Med, oui, c'est le Club Med. En l'occurrence, c'est plutôt le Club Merde des riches et très puissants. Ah, c'est un peu ça, hein. Ah, du coup, on peut pas retourner dans sa chambre? Non. Non, on est censé retrouver notre mère. Ce qu'on a fait dans le chapitre précédent, on l'a retrouvée. Elle nous a dit, va au congrès, c'est très important. Moi, je me suis coupé un ongle ce matin, là, je peux pas y aller. Plus ou moins ce qu'elle a dit. À peu près, hein. Voilà, c'est la chambre d'Emily.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Du coup, on l'a sur la carte maintenant ou pas du tout? Très bien. T'es aux portes.
I do believe that's Emily's voice.
Emily, ouais, elle veut manger. On va se faire surprendre, hein, parce qu'on est spécialiste de l'espionnage. Bon bah...
Emily! Emily, are you there? Answer me! Emily!
Construire un bélier. Alors.
I can't open it. It must be blocked on the other side. I'll have to find another way in, quick.
Il y a des domestiques. Ah, pour chercher les gens à notre place. On pourrait passer par le balcon. C'était ouvert chez Bonaparte. Ah, par contre, chez lui, on frappe pas, hein, rien à foutre. Hein.
I have to get inside Emily's room through the... Shit!
Ouais. C'est verrouillé de l'intérieur, mais... Mais c'est une fenêtre. Il y a Napoléon, ouais.
It's as if there are several people inside.
Once again, you're the one who's the victim in all this. What are you on about now? I should never have told you what happened to me. That's how it works, and you know it full well. I'm not that naive. I know you inside out.
Attendez.
Stop. We'll end up losing everything if you keep.
D'abord, les priorités. On ramasse des trucs.
A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago.
Clinton, il est mort.
Madame, I shall never thank you enough.
Madame, je ne saurais jamais trop vous remercier pour toute l'attention que vous m'avez portée. Je vous suis acquis jusqu'à mon dernier souffle. Si vous avez une requête, vous n'avez qu'à demander. Il concerne mon fils William, je ne saurais jamais assez vous remercier de vous occuper de lui. Vous connaissez les préférences de ce dernier et vous comprendrez qu'il a désespérément besoin de vous. Pour cela, comme convenu avec la reine Charlotte, notre ami le duc Hillsborough remplira sa tâche et s'unira à vous sous 6 mois. Vous serez dès lors à l'abri du besoin. Votre dévoué, comte Charlatan. Liberté scénaristique, c'est incroyable.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits.
Pas de Malte.
2 coils circle the lock.
Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon. J'en ai marre.
Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there from what I can tell. A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present
Déverrouille. Oh, on va déverrouiller.
Emily has indeed some powerful backers.
Ah, c'est bien parce que tu me le demandes. Hein. Oh, une lettre. On a bien fait de déverrouiller. Merci Richtou. Hein.
Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find out about the names you gave me. George Washington is a man you can trust, in spite of his obvious talent for politics.
Cher Grégory, merci pour ces renseignements. J'ai pu glaner quelques informations sur les noms que vous m'avez donnés. George Washington est une personne de confiance. Malgré ses talents évidents en politique, il a su rester droit et intègre. Par contre, comme vous devez le savoir, il est déjà en affaire avec Lord Mortimer. Ce sera donc plus difficile à approcher. Napoléon Bonaparte m'était inconnu jusqu'à ce jour. Il s'agirait d'un jeune militaire français plein de fougue que Mortimer promettrait un bel avenir. Ouais, en fait, on est avant le... On est avant son règne. Attention, c'est un homme de conviction, ce qui le rend potentiellement dangereux à mes yeux. Quant à Sarah de Richet, quoi dire de plus? Vous connaissez déjà. Il semblerait qu'elle ait été invitée par Lord Mortimer à propos d'une affaire en cours à Paris, à propos d'un receleur d'art. À très bientôt, Emily Hillsborough. Non, il n'est pas encore couronné, donc c'est peut-être en 1900... Apparemment, on est après la Révolution française, mais avant le règne de... l'autre con là, de Bonaparte. Et bonne nuit Leader Fox, repose-toi bien. Voilà. Brexit. difficile à situer. Ouais, mais on est entre la révolution et la révolution, quoi. Con. Alors ça dépend de quel con on parle. Hein. Ça aussi, c'est difficile à cerner. Il y en a plein qui existent. C'est vrai. C'est vrai.
All right. I've retrieved everything.
Bon, bah, on va aller... Il y a les dents, ouais, aussi, ouais, c'est vrai. Bien vu.
What on earth is... You... Mother?
How dare you do this to me? You can talk. After everything I've done for you. You are joking, I hope, right? I gave you my life. That's enough, Emma. Now that Louis is here, you will leave Sarah alone. Cease your revenge immediately. What? If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her. I am Emily. Quit playing games. What? Honestly, don't be ridiculous. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart. After everything we've been through
Napoléon, c'était un con.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing more, so stop taking it out on Sarah. You prissy little bitch! How dare you? Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? You are joking, I hope. I'm the one who told you everything that's been going on while you were away. Go on then. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me. Go on then, shoot! After all the trouble I've gone through to find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, what's going...
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot! Sorry,
Louis,
I can't shoot her. She's my sister. That's enough, Emma. Louis, out of the way. She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma. Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily
non, mais c'est nul là. Oh là là.
That's
On va aller
right,
faire du café.
Louis.
Hein.
I'm fed up with this little game.
Oh.
Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well, Louis, come on, you know how to tell us apart, right?
Yes, but I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's
J'ai
no
mis ce
doubt.
passage, mais je comprends rien.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival...
Ah, ça y est, il y a des choix cruciaux. Je vais me casser. C'est crucial, là, je vais me foirer. Ah, faut pas... Non, bah alors, attends, laisse tomber. Qui était avec nous? Alors ça, je peux pas dire parce que je m'en rappelle déjà plus. Quel est mon métier? Ça, je me rappelle.
You had asked me what had become of me since we last met in London some years before. What did I answer?
That you are a detective, Louis. You even told me about your adventures regarding some news item. What were they called now? Ah yes, the chauffeur d'Orgère. I already told her, Louis. I was there.
Right. Let's find something else. Ah, yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
Pas con, il a fait de grandes choses, mais il a surtout foutu le feu à toute l'Europe, hein. Et fait des centaines de milliers de morts.
On the night of our arrival, we were warming ourselves in front of the fire. Mortimer welcomed us in a certain way. What happened exactly?
Well played, Louis. Unfortunately, I'm not the one you should have asked that question to. Mortimer did not welcome us. It was Sir Gregory who welcomed us that night. Mortimer didn't show up until 2 days later. I know that as well.
Very well.
Let's try something else.
On the first night, We went up to bed, but I wasn't tired. I went for a little stroll.
Première nuit, nous sommes montés, nous couchés, mais je n'étais pas fatigué. Non mais, j'ai pas compris. Alors, il y en a une, elle a buté notre mère qui bouge encore, hein, apparemment, pour venger la mort de sa sœur. C'était bien ça, non? Et du coup, pourquoi elles veulent se venger mutuellement l'une de l'autre? Bah oui, plot twist, mais en fait j'ai raté le twist, tu vois.
Did we get a chance to speak?
Certainly not. I was exhausted and went to bed. Don't think you're going to get away with this deception so easily. I can assure you, you're going to regret pretending to be me once Louis has exposed you.
Right. I don't think I'll get very far like this.
Ouais, bah, c'est sûr,
find
hein.
something better.
Oh, I don't think I'll even wait until he's finished.
Take it easy now.
Are you mad, Louis?
Lower your arm.
I better act
Laissez
quickly
vos armes,
before
on
things get out of hand.
va ranger ça
Come
entre
on.
amis.
She's putting one over on you. Look at yourself for crying out loud. You were prepared to shoot me down.
Un peu...
In the secret room behind the study. Talk to them about what you've been doing. Maybe they haven't spoken about it between each other yet.
On the night of the disappearance of Elizabeth Adams.
What about it? What do you want to know about that night?
We found ourselves in Mortimer's secret gallery. What did we find in that room?
A load of old junk that Mortimer had collected. A so-called Pandora's box in the form of an urn. An old sheepskin that he must take for the Golden Fleece. The Bible of Judas. Property deeds as old as the hills. And a broken old sword. You are wasting your time, Louis. She already knows all that. Of course I do. I was there. That's enough! I've had enough of this charade. Louis, there's only one way to tell us apart. There's just one thing I didn't tell her about in detail. Too bad for you, Emma. I didn't want it to come to this, but you leave me no choice. Ask her about you and I. You just lost, Emma. I indeed didn't tell you everything about it. Come, Louis. Speak about our intimacy.
Very well, let's talk about us.
Non, mais il n'était pas que la guerre, mais on lui attribue beaucoup de choses que, en fait, ses prédécesseurs ou d'autres gens ont fait. Perds pas le fil, mais rigole pas, j'ai perdu le fil il y a 1 heure déjà. Dire la jumelle d'en face, la jumelle de derrière, mais j'en sais rien quoi. Enfin... Qu'attendiez-vous de moi? C'est quoi l'histoire? Mais j'en sais rien. Vous larguez, je comprends
Last
rien.
night when you came to my room, what exactly did you expect from me?
Exactly what happened. I was hoping you would share your bed with me. What?
Which I did.
And it was delicious, sir. What do you mean? It was delicious. You little slut. What did you do? Believe it or not, Louis, out of fear of her jealousy, I didn't tell Emma that we spent last night together. I hate you!
That's enough, both of you. Now I know who the real Emily is.
Ah bon? Mais non, mais j'en sais rien. Vas-y, Richtou, aide-moi. Le peuple était assez accueillant des victoires de Napoléon, puis comme ça, pas conclu par... Oh. Ah, ça s'est conclu que par de la misère, des pillages. Et... Ah, c'est Richtou là qui doit prendre son numéro de téléphone, c'est ça? Non, mais avant que tes yeux se ferment, il me faut de l'aide. Elle derrière moi. Merde, je peux pas accéder au... Ah bon? Je regarde sur le net. Bah, apparemment, on a couché avec celle qui est derrière. On va tuer Emma, mais j'en sais rien, Richtou, j'ai rien compris. La connasse. Mais comment c'est que c'est la connasse? Mais en fait, pourquoi c'est la connasse? Je comprends même pas pourquoi c'est la connasse. La connasse, c'est Emma. Du coup, Emily est en face, non? Ça, je comprends rien. Mais... c'est qu'il n'y a pas d'armes. On pourrait essayer les deux. Ouais, mais le problème, c'est qu'après, il faut recharger, puis il faut se retaper tous les dialogues. Bah oui, il y en a une qui est morte, mais elle n'est pas morte. Et pourquoi l'autre est méchante? En fait, j'ai pas compris en quoi Emma était méchante. J'ai rien compris. Même les personnages sont dans la confusion, ouais, j'avoue, hein. Émilie la gentille est devant. C'est Emma qui veut se venger de la mère. Mais pourquoi Emma est méchante? Écoute, pour moi, faut être simple. Il faut me dire gauche ou droite. Faites-moi un truc à manger, alors quel enfer, j'ai faim. La gauche, Émilie est derrière. Elle a regardé d'imiter Emma, mais je peux plus les regarder, c'est fini. Emma est derrière. Émilie est devant. Donc c'est réponse de gauche, hein, c'est ça. Il est allumé. Ouais, il faut les marquer qu'il y a un feutre indélébile. Possible, il faut les marquer sur le front, comme ça c'est bien visible. toute façon, comme les miroirs ils reflètent pas dans ce jeu, ben... il n'y a pas de RTX dans ce jeu, ça passe nickel. Emma, elle fait passer pour Emily pour coucher avec toi et te manipuler. Ah oui, parce qu'elle nous a essayé de nous faire changer de camp. Alors que Emily travaille avec notre mère. À la place. Oui, puis comme j'écris très gros, ça passe. D'où la réaction. Oui, donc Emily, c'est celle avec qui je n'ai pas couché. Donc elle est en face.
It's you, Emily.
No, Louis! She is manipulating you!
No, Emma. It's her. I know it. Despite all the trouble you've gone to put one over on me, I know it is her.
That's enough now, Emma. You little slut! Don't think you are going to get away with this so easily. You are going to stop your little game right now. Never! I am Duchess Hills. No!
Emily?
I am the Duchess.
But...
You don't! Dear God, what have I done? See what you've done. See?
Louis?
Mother!
What on earth is...
Go away! You must go. Everyone is going to arrive.
Louis, what's going on?
Elle a tué sa sœur.
Duchess, is everything all right?
Come on, Louis. There's nothing more you can do.
But I...
Leave us.
Emily, what's going on?
Mother, go to the crypt. I'll meet you there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Emily.
Madam, I am coming in.
It was bound to end like this, Louis. Let me stay with her. Please, go. I'll cover you.
What? What are you doing there?
Bah non, on la voyait bouger la vieille.
God damn it. Now what's going on?
Trouvé par Richter. Mais en quoi on sait qu'on a fait le bon choix là? L'argent, ça conserve. Aucune idée, hein. Non, ça me rassure, je suis pas le seul à avoir rien compris. Mais c'est qui lui? Quoi? Mais attends, il y a un cadavre comme ça sur le balcon et puis... Et puis on peut même pas observer quoi que ce soit, rien à foutre. Eh, bisous Unixo, pose-toi bien. Je comprends rien du tout quoi, c'est... Chambre de Bonaparte. Rejoignez la crypte. Rejoignez le club des gens qui n'ont rien compris. Oh, quel enfer, je comprends rien.
Good God! They're all here. They must have heard the gunshot.
Where is Lord Mortimer?
Can anyone hear anything through the door?
Oh bah nous, de toute façon, on veut se battre en... Ah.
Did you hear that? I was not dreaming, was I?
Certainly not, Duke Godoy.
What's going on?
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, but she isn't answering. Gentlemen, go back to your rooms. Go back to your rooms. I shall find out from Lord Mortimer what this is all about. Thank you.
Napoléon, je sais pas si on l'a croisé. Oui, enfin oui, on l'a croisé, mais je sais pas si on l'a croisé maintenant là. Ah bah attends, on l'a dans le journal. Il est là. Il a une bonne tronche, une tronche assez jeune aussi. Alors, la crypte. Alors pour accéder au jardin, je crois qu'il fallait passer par là. Hein. Alors, il n'y a pas de la merde à ramasser. Ah bon. Mon inventaire est plein. Pas grave, on le ramassera plus tard. Vous pensez qu'on va devoir se refaire le labyrinthe là Je suis parti du mauvais sens. On va laisser la porte ouverte. Eh, bonne nuit, Richtou. Repose-toi bien.
Louis! At last, there you are.
Mother, wait,
Come, we have to be quick.
No, wait, Mother,
Time is running out, Louis. First, we must...
No! That's enough. I won't go a step further unless you explain to me what is going on here. I'm begging you. Talk to me.
You must trust me, my son. You are not ready yet.
You're the one who should trust me. Tell me what's happening.
You would never believe me.
I came all the way here for you. Now I've found you. I'm ready, Mother.
If only... Louis, I have always taught you to keep your mind open and rational. I know you are going to find this hard to believe, but what I am going to reveal to you is entirely true. Many years ago, I found out that demons really do live among us.
I beg your pardon?
And that they can influence our thoughts.
Mother, listen to yourself. I know you're exhausted, but for crying out loud, listen to what you're saying. Demons? What next? An ancient monster with a head like an octopus? What do your demons look like? Have they got horns and a pointed tail?
No, these are not creatures with billy goat's legs. Forget your Christian folklore. Imagine them more as parasitic spirits. They possess their hosts and direct them from inside.
Parasitic spirits?
Yes, they are capable of going from one body to another as they see fit. And 2 of them are present on this island.
Right. So let me guess.
Ouais, ça commence à craindre là le scénario.
Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory, right?
You felt it too?
No, even if Home does look the part. But I don't know who else could do it, given that we're on their territory.
Many years ago, well before you were born, I crossed paths with one of them. Since then, I've spent my life trying to find it again. When we recovered the Alizif, I was persuaded that Von Burchard was working for this demon in one way or another. But I thought he would hand the book to a middleman during this conference. That's where I made an error that could well turn out to be fatal. The one who Burchard was meant to give the book to was none other than the demon in person, Mortimer. Not to mention that Home had sent Volner to get it for him.
Home and Mortimer are demons?
They both seem to disagree about many things, but I'll admit I never knew exactly why. There are many of them, Louis. Not just those two.
Mother, have you any proof to support any of this?
Of course, but you do too. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything?
Non.
Mother, I shan't follow you down that path. I wouldn't be doing you any favors.
Rational and open, Louis. Tell me then, how can anyone own properties all over the world for centuries, always having signed documents with the same signature?
Well, I can find 10 other explanations less eccentric than demonic possession, Mother.
How come the Mortimers have had only one male heir for each generation since the Third Crusade?
Forgery, family rights, where they get rid of the daughter. There are dozens of less extravagant possibilities.
How could one man motivate so many future-leading figures of the day on his silly island without anyone finding out about it? Even the Golden Order isn't capable of that.
Well, he's simply better than us, and he's welcome to it.
You refuse to open your eyes, Louis.
You've lost your objectivity, Mother.
I saw him.
What do you mean you saw him?
I was 20 years old. I was young and carefree. I traveled the world in search of adventure. In the Persian Gulf, we came across an ancient grimoire that became unlocked, composed of 7 parts. Each one was a book in itself, set in a sort of metal armor that structured the whole thing. When all the volumes were brought together, they formed a single book. On my return to Paris, I set to studying these pages. I spent all my days and nights studying them.
Oh, I can imagine you doing that.
But the writing was in a language I had never seen before, developed well before Sumerian in my opinion. So I got the idea to form a small occult circle composed of all the major names in the occult world to see if anyone else could crack it.
And you found no one.
And I found someone, Louis. I found him, or rather he found me. He was young, charismatic, he was flamboyant.
Von Borchert?
Wait a minute, who are you talking about? Von Borchert?
No, Mortimer, of course. He was a veritable mine of knowledge. I showed him the book, and he was able to decipher a few passages. We spent several months together studying the pages.
Non.
He helped me understand certain passages until I realized that he only translated a few parts for me. But I had aroused his interest.
Oh, je suis largué,
It was too late.
How so?
I mean to say he manipulated me. He used me, and in the end, he stole the book with all its secrets.
Did he ever go to your place?
Not once. At least I don't think so. But before disappearing, he proposed a pact between us. He proposed that I follow him and let him teach me, allow him to bring me up.
Le démon était dans sa main et elle a décidé de se la couper. De m'élever. A cédé.
And you accepted.
Please don't be stupid.
Ah, merde.
You don't make deals with the devil. After that, I spent my whole life looking for him. 3 years later, in Berlin, I just missed him. In London, I lost 6 members of the order in a chase. In 1741, in Tunisia, I found a sect of fanatics who had crossed paths with him once. 1741, in Poland. 1749, in India.
8 years ago in Venice.
We agreed never to speak about what happened in Venice, Louis.
Ah ben, on veut savoir.
You agreed, and that was before you spoke to me about demons. Wait, the baby we delivered, you and me, that night in Venice, did he have anything to do with Lord Mortimer?
The child was his son.
We
c'est
stole
la
his son?
serrure.
Are you insane? I always thought we took him to save him.
That was the case. It was precisely to save him from his father.
Need I remind you the mother died during childbirth? What became of the child?
Later. For the moment, that is not the key issue here. Once we found the Al-Azif in Paris, I followed von Borchert's trail here. I didn't think it would lead me straight to the demon. It was careless of me. He toyed with me for a few days, until I caught on, until I saw him as he was. But he had no intention of letting me leave. We are all his pawns, Louis, and if we don't want to spend the rest of our lives turning round in circles here, we must absolutely get off this island. All right, can we move on?
Wait a minute, one last thing. I want to know what happened with Elizabeth
Je
Adams.
veux savoir que les autres aussi.
Time for those details.
I'm sorry, Mother, but I want to know.
She was one of the receptacles for these monsters. I met her parents when she was born. One of the demons got inside her. The demon used her to spy on her father, John Adams. He is one of the founding fathers and vice president of the United States, you know.
Mortimer possessed her?
No, I don't think it was Mortimer. Her father, John Adams, hired me to tend to her, but the evil in her was too deep. In spite of the various treatments I tried on her, I never succeeded in getting it out of her. It's not something I'm proud of, Louis, but I had to try everything.
Ah, ça.
I want to know what happened between you and Emily's sister.
Great responsibility often brings difficult choices, Louis. That's all you need to know.
Ah bah non. Ah bah non, moi je veux savoir, putain.
Mother, I won't take a step further if you don't answer me.
You dare blackmail me?
I'm listening.
All right, I used her. So there you are. Happy now? We had the Al-Azif, and I didn't think we would be able to escape with it. In order to ensure that the book did not fall into their hands, or that one of them couldn't read in us where we had hidden it, I asked Emily to...
It's Emma!
Yes, or rather for me, it was Emily. So I asked Emma to hide it without anyone seeing, and then I disposed of her. I am sorry for her, but she was part of the Golden Order, Louis. She knew the rules when she joined.
What did you negotiate about the Al-Azif with Volner?
Absolutely nothing. I managed to pull the wool over his eyes until I found a way to flee.
Bah, on l'a vu en fait dans l'introduction, on la voit tirer sur Emma. Elle n'est pas morte.
What was going on with the cannons in Tuscany?
It was nothing.
Since when does the Order finance wars?
The cannons for that Bonaparte fellow?
Ouais, c'est maman.
Listen.
Bisous.
Once in the lion's den, I did whatever I could to appear legitimate. So yes, I pretended to be interested in Mortimer's project about a young military man who was seeking funding for a foundry in Tuscany. Between you and me, if buying China would have enabled me to escape, I would have signed without hesitation.
Peur.
Samuel Ritter du Choix. You wanted to send me a letter about Godoy.
I wanted you to run a check on Duke Manuel. But frankly, it doesn't really matter anymore now. Godoy is just a pawn like the others. He is not the one I was looking for.
On the evening of my arrival, Cardinal Piaggi came looking for you. He was determined to give you a letter.
More of his lists. Louis, I think I know what's in that letter, and I beseech you to believe that it is the least of our worries. We can sort that out later.
Are you going to tell me what happened to your hand?
Better than that. I shall show you.
Ah, super.
Good. I think that's about right. We shall speak about it once we get back to France.
Great actions for humanity have been decided by demons for centuries, Louis. They are playing with our destiny. We are their slaves. And it's time for it to stop. By the way, what was Mortimer's project at this conference?
He wants the United States to occupy all the North American territory. France should recover Louisiana and give it to the United States. In that case, the Americans would just have to push west to chase the Spanish from the continent once and for all.
And as Mortimer controls Washington, you may just as well say that it will put him at the head of a world superpower. We should do our utmost to put a stop to Mortimer's plans. But for the time being, there are more pressing matters.
Are you going to tell me why we're here?
There. That's why we are here.
Ah ouais. Marqué Bethesda, c'est mauvais signe. Hein. Protéger l'une des deux jumelles. On ne saura pas laquelle. Oh, on a fini l'épisode? Non. Alors, 4 points de compétence. Il me semble que ça nous a servi à rien pour le moment.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Something to vanquish them with?
Perfect. So, how does it open?
We'll need several keys. I found a note from the architect who conceived the mechanism in Mortimer's study. We have to first gather 5 objects before we try anything.
Are the 5 objects the keys?
Exactly. We have the Clement III cross, the nails, the Gutenberg Bible, the exegesis of Judas, an armillary sphere, and all we need to match up the dates between the different calendars.
Ah bon? Oui, alors les clous on les a vus, la croix on l'a vue aussi.
Why a cross?
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea, but it just so happens that's what you are going to use to activate the mechanism. I found the one Mortimer kept. It belonged to Cardinal Guibert, better known by the name of Pope Clement III.
Perfect. Where is it?
Unfortunately, I've lost it. When I lost my hand, I went dashing out, and it must have fallen from my pocket.
Ah, faut que tu fasses un effort, hein.
Remember, Mother. I'm certain you can remember.
Let me think.
You were running.
I was bleeding to death.
You remember the pain.
I thought I was going to faint. Yes, I remember. I don't think it can be far, can it?
Would you have lost it outside?
No, I don't think so. It must be in the area. I don't remember going up with it.
Perfect. I'll search the crypt before leaving.
Yeah.
Some nails?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one who made the mechanism, you know. When I arrived, there were already a few of them inserted, so I didn't have to worry about those. On the other hand, I remember seeing some in Mortimer's secret study, behind his nightmare.
And a golden cup? Yes. Yes, I saw them too.
Perfect. It will be easy for you to find them then.
Allez les chercher.
You need 3 of them.
Very well.
You remember what to do about the rollers. 1191 to enter, and 6466 to exit.
Of course. An exegesis. Anything else?
Did you manage to vanquish the Medusa?
To open the chimney? Yes, absolutely.
So you've already come across it. It's the Bible of Judas that is exposed in the secret room behind the chimney.
Why do they call it an exegesis?
Because that's what it is, and not an apocryphal Bible, strictly speaking. It's the study of a text with a summary, not an actual Bible. Anyway, well done for the Gorgon. You did well. You didn't get tricked by the light bouncing back.
Thanks.
Même
Do
passé
you think
2
I
heures.
can take
Hein.
it safely?
We haven't got a choice, Louis. Without it, we won't be able to work out this cursed mechanism.
Ah, j'étais censé le marquer.
This is the book in which you left your correspondence with Duchess Hillsborough, isn't it?
That's right.
You still believe it's in the tower room, don't you?
I don't know. There is only one way to find out, though.
Right. I shall go and see. There's one in the portrait gallery.
Yes, but it's enormous. If you don't want to have to go back and forth several times, then I suggest you get a smaller one.
What did you do then?
I didn't think I'd need one. I started without one, and I lost my hand before I did need one. And you can see the result.
What do you mean by the concordance of dates exactly?
Don't worry about that. We already have them. They are written on the back of the message I just gave you.
Ah bon?
One last thing before you go. Be very careful. If you come across anyone, they can all potentially be spies of Mortimer or Holm. Don't ever confide in anyone because a demon can slip inside them at any moment.
Wait, not all of them though. Take Washington.
Especially Washington. He's been conditioned by Mortimer for years. Look at them, for crying out loud. How do you explain their behavior otherwise? The most influential politicians in the Western world gather together without the least protection, without a single aid to assist them, to participate in a conference during which the guests start dropping like flies. Me, Adams, Peru, Hillsborough. Look at the number of calamities that have happened over the past few days. And not one of them has asked to leave the island? Do you find that normal? You'll see. Go up to the manor to look for the keys, and I wager not one of them will speak to you about my being in Emily's room.
Do you think so?
Go on, you'll see. And come back with all the objects in one go. Time is against us. And remember, the code to get out of the secret office is 6466.
Ouais, ok. Ah. Les pages. Récupérer. On va récupérer tout ce bordel ou est-ce qu'on va les bouffer? Ouais, compliqué, hein.
What on earth is that?
Serrure.
A disc with information engraved in the metal? An iris that should open, I imagine, and blood.
There are Roman numerals, Arab numbers, and town names.
Go on. I'm listening. What do you think?
Il y a des trous.
On each engraved piece of information, there's a hole. Those are for the nails, right?
That's absolutely right.
Tell me, I imagine that once we've solved this enigma, the iris opens, right?
Exactly.
How many nails are needed again?
3.
One nail per type of information, I'm guessing.
In other words?
Well, a nail must be placed on each Roman numeral, one nail on an Arabic numeral, and one nail on a town.
Well done, Louis.
Ouais. Alors, on réfléchira après parce que je vais oublier.
Did you succeed in opening this iris?
Yes, by putting the cross on the console and the 3 nails on the disc, the iris opens. It gives access to a hole where I put my hand, thinking I could fully open the iris. There's a handle at the bottom, and as you can see, it didn't turn out very well for me.
Mother? The dried blood. There.
Yes, it's mine. Sorry if I stained everything, but I must admit that at the time my thoughts were more on the pain than cleaning up after myself.
Yeah.
Famous cross of Clement III. Perfect. And one key found. A Chinese coin, recognizable by the hole in the middle. If I remember rightly, that's called a cash.
Clé de l'air. Organon. Ouais, ça me rappelle un mauvais jeu, ça. Ah mais c'était obligé de mettre un labyrinthe. Bon, je sais même pas où il faut aller tout en haut déjà. Alors. Merde, il était où le mécanisme déjà?
A painting. It looks unfinished. A piece by Lord Mortimer, I presume. A rather avant-garde technique. The Titan against men. How ironic.
Ah quel enfer, je me rappelle plus comment je l'avais ouvert ce truc. Ah oui, il y avait la pédale, juste.
Right. This time, it'll be a lot quicker. If I remember rightly, the code was 1191.
On va le faire tout seul dans la cinématique? Pas du tout. Très bien.
Of course.
Course.
There. Those are the nails I was looking for. I noticed they were old and rusty, but I hadn't noticed these traces of... Could that be blood? Is it really the relic of the Holy Cross? I can hardly believe it.
C'est incroyable, hein, c'est le sang de Jésus. Ok, on a les clous.
Feathers, pigeons probably.
On avait regardé tout ça. Alors. La croix, elle est trouvée. Les clous, c'est bon. Celle de la tour. Terre à rivière, je sais pas ce que c'est. Allez. Machin qui pèse 2 tonnes, très bien. C'est vrai qu'on n'avait pas été là.
It's locked.
Lock.
All right, come on. Let's get out of here. 6466, if I remember correctly.
Ah, très bien. Épargnez ça. Ah wow, pas de temps de chargement, incroyable. Alors la salle de la tour, elle est là-bas. Ah bah elle est là.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Blasted. He's gonna talk about my mother.
Come and see what I've found. There are pieces of paper in the ashes of the chimney. Someone's been burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my mother and the Hillsborough sisters.
Show me a little.
Look, it's possible to distinguish two different writing styles.
The rest of the correspondence between my mother and Emma.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain there must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
Alors Washington. Ah.
If you want my opinion, a servant must have burnt some old papers, that's all.
Why, of course. You very nearly made me think that you were trying to hide something, Louis. No, I'm sure there must be other hidden messages.
He won't let go. He's going to work his way back to the Bible if he continues.
Et il s'est barré du coup?
Dante's paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Il est pas derrière, hein, c'est bon.
The Bible's still there.
Dans l'hexagénèse, c'était quoi ça? Dans la salle secrète? Dans la salle secrète? Ah oui, c'était là où il y avait le portrait, juste.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
D'or.
Hey, look, there.
No, I don't see anything.
Come, Louis, look. Someone's clearly drawn a 4 in the dust. I have a clue.
He's going to be disappointed when he sees the Bible's disappeared.
Yeah. Alors, la salle secrète de quoi? Les portraits? C'est là. On redescende.
Right. Let's see if the statues are in place yet.
Hein?
That statue is not positioned correctly. Open sesame.
Bon, bah c'était pas trop long, ça va.
The ring of the Nibelungs.
Ah non, rien.
Even if Mortimer is several centuries old, I don't see what party has
Amber crystals. Hey, Mortimer is the author of this work. It talks about his passion for art.
So that's the exegesis of Judas. I hope Mortimer doesn't read it very often, otherwise he's going to notice that someone's stolen it. But that's just too bad. I need it.
Une sphère de machin. Je sais pas ce que c'est.
So that's Pandora's box? An urn? Mother seemed worried that I was able to open it. I wonder why. So, I did well not to touch it. Right. I've got what I need. Now let's not waste any more time.
J'ai ce qui... Mais non, mais non. Récupérer une sphère d'armilière. Je sais pas ce que c'est.
Right. It's definitely an armillary
Ah bon?
sphere, but I have to find one that I can take with me. Otherwise, I risk drawing too much attention to my comings and goings. Now, where can I find a smaller one?
Au secours. Plus petite. C'est rien. Hein.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of water.
Ah.
Amber crystals. Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today.
Ça c'est hyper relou, hein, chercher...
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Napoléon. Voilà. Ouais, c'est pour ça. Et Renixo a réussi à dormir. Je réfléchis trop, c'est de penser à autre chose. Une randonnée en montagne, un truc comme ça. Bon, le café, je suis pas sûr que ça va t'aider à dormir. On va quand même pas fouiller toutes les chambres une à une. Dormir quand il faudra, ça c'est vrai. J'y ai cru un petit instant, hein, mais pas d'ici.
A chest with a half circle pattern. I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Note mystérieuse. Bon, moi j'ose pas te dire combien de temps j'ai dormi la nuit dernière, hein, mais... c'est indécent. Bonne. La vue chez Washington surtout. J'ai surtout pas réussi à me réveiller, tu vois, ça. Pas le souci. Comme un syntaxien, ouais, c'était. Je vois assez mal ça dans la chambre de Piaggi. Hein. Merde. Ma chambre, je pense pas.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. All right, I've retrieved everything.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guests. Very jolly.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable to join you at present. However, rest assured that we are doing all we can to resolve the case that concerns us. By the way, enclosed, you will find a key that will enable you to retrieve the personal effects your mother left behind. Yours faithfully, Lord William Mortimer. Dear Monsieur de Richet,
Un gelée royale.
Honey, the remedy of the gods. Golden elixir.
Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Bon bah c'est pas là. On va regarder sur internet ou si ça continue. Chambre de Godoy. Ou la solution, ah non mais quel enfer de chercher un machin comme ça, il y a 10 000 pièces, aucun intérêt.
An old sesterce from Roman Gaul.
Oh. Ils ont déjà nettoyé la moquette, il y a plus de sang par terre. Rapide.
Dear E, I received your last letter, Unfortunately, the Crown informed the Golden Order that our mission should under no circumstances hamper Sir Gregory's plans. Decidedly, they have support from the highest level in Buckingham Palace. So here we both are, hands and feet tied, and little room to maneuver. Keep me abreast of events. Our mission is becoming more complicated. Yours, E.
On se cache le papier toilette royal.
The French chapter of the
Ouais, c'est tout à fait ça en fait. Alors peut-être que un machin qu'on a croisé avant, hein, mais... porte, mais elle est fermée. Je vais me faire le balcon, mais je vais l'avoir dans l'os. Là, on est du côté Hillsborough. Ah. Ils sont pas... Bon. Ouais, pas de transparence, pas de reflet. Bon, je pense que c'était pas la priorité, hein. Regardez sur internet là. Alors, Stencil. Fer armilier. La Solus Gaming, exact. Note 3. Chambre de Volner. Ah, j'ai pas eu besoin de chercher très loin. D'ailleurs, c'est la seule chambre que j'ai pas faite. Ouais, c'est pas impossible, hein, ouais.
A Bazant.
Ah, quel enfer, c'est la seule chambre que j'ai pas fouillée en comble.
Elfin elixir. A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Utilisez vos connaissances. Ah putain, les connaissances, elles sont intenses, hein. Utilisons nos
If I'm
connaissances.
not mistaken, Paracelsus named the element called zinc.
Ah bon? Des notes mystérieuses, super. Ah ouais, il en a un. C'est vachement plus portable que l'autre.
A fragment of amber. An armillary
Dans la
sword.
poche.
Perfect. That will save me some time. I only hope that he isn't going to realize it right away.
Non, non, ils vont pas se rendre compte du tout. On a une espèce de méga bible dans la poche, plus une espèce de méga sphère. Le deuxième... méga truc. La musique s'emballe, hein, ça m'a mis un coup de stress. Attends, je suis pas perdu, mais... ça prend du temps.
So, good. You've managed to gather all the keys.
Yes, that's right. I have everything. What should I start with?
Place the Clement III cross on the console. Then you have to put the nails on the disc of the door.
Ouais.
What hole should I put the nails in?
Well, I can't really advise you there, because I haven't exactly made the best choices myself. All I can say is that you have to insert one to choose a
Oui, ça c'est bon, on est au courant.
one to choose a chapter, and one to choose a verse.
Super.
What theme did you start with?
As the fresco shows the birth of Christ, I placed one nail in Bethlehem, one in chapter 2, and one in verse 6. The iris opened a little. I thought it was normal. Behind the aperture of the iris, there is a duct in which I put my hand. I felt something like a valve at the bottom. I thought by turning it the door would open, or the iris would open completely, or something else would happen. Instead, I felt something like an axe cut off my hand. I really thought it was the end of me.
What did you do then?
Well, although I had made some unfortunate choices, I was lucky in that Mortimer was well stocked with drugs. I raided his supplies of medicine.
What theme did you start with?
As the fresco shows the birth of Christ, I placed one nail in Bethlehem, one in chapter 2, and one in verse 6. The iris opened a little. I thought it was normal. Behind the aperture of the iris, there is a duct in which I put my hand. I felt something like a valve at the bottom. I thought by turning it the door would open, or the iris would open completely, or something else would happen. Instead, I felt something like an axe cut off my hand. I really thought it was the end of me.
What did you do then?
Well, although I had made some unfortunate choices, I was lucky in that Mortimer was well stocked with drugs. I raided his supplies of medicine.
Très bien. Alors.
All right, my turn now.
Go ahead, impress me. I'll shut up and let you concentrate.
Ou perdre une. Ah, on a posé tout le bordel.
This exegesis contains comments from Judas on the different Gospels. It only contains certain chapters and verses, and the chapters are indicated by Roman numerals. The lexicon refers to different chapters and verses from the exegesis of Judas.
Hein? Choisissez une thématique.
Nothing to do with what I'm doing right now.
Une thématique.
The fresco clearly shows the birth of Christ.
Louis, I can assure you that that is not the solution to this enigma. This fresco's only purpose is to mislead. I know that now. Please, focus on another theme about Christ.
I'll have to trust her. You could see that the paint has come off in parts. Difficult to see what was there, but I can distinguish the letters N-R-I. Nothing more.
Occultisme.
Why, of course. They're part of the initials I-N-R-I that you can find on the cross of Jesus at his crucifixion.
Bon.
Why, of course. I-N-R-I. Jesus Nazarenus Rex Eudorum. These initials stand for Jesus the Nazarene, King of the Jews. This is the inscription which appears on the cross at the crucifixion of Jesus.
Okay.
Yes, it's definitely a representation of the birth of Christ, but some of the details have flaked away. I can't see any other clues. One thing is for sure, this enigma deals with the life of Jesus, like my mother said.
Crucifixion.
If Mortimer deliberately set a trap by showing the birth of Christ, then maybe the solution is the contrary. The death of Christ in that case? It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. clearly. We have names of towns, Arabian numerals, and Roman numerals. These towns have one thing in common. They're all related to the life and death of Jesus. For example, Jordan is the place of the baptism of Christ.
Ah, bah, c'était plutôt l'autre qui m'intéressait.
There are 3 styles of writing, and I've got 3 nails. There must be a link. I must surely put in 1 nail per category.
Thématique. Crucifixion.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Ouais, du coup, Golgotha.
Chapter 19,
Ah non, c'est bon,
verse
je me suis
17.
trompé.
And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Non, 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 non. Gotha. 9. Et 17. Ah.
It works.
Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
There must surely be a connection between the wheels.
Oui, mais il y a les lunes.
There are different icons on this wheel, but it looks like some of them can't be connected to the other wheels. Now, given the difference between the number of icons and the number of towns, I think that only one path connects all the wheels with one another. Let's try to connect the theme I've chosen with the rest. Mother, what do you think?
As I told you, I didn't get that far. Nevertheless, these icons do represent moments in the life of Christ.
Ah, genre la crucifixion là. Ça, par contre, je sais pas ce que c'est. Ah, j'ai un ami.
This wheel represents the different moons. In the occult sciences, we represent the full moon by an X. As for the dark moon, called the new moon, in cults, it's often associated with something harmful. This wheel contains several symbols made up of 1 or 2 figures and 1 letter. The highest figure does not exceed 31, and each letter corresponds to a month of the year. A for April and M for March. I think these symbols must represent a specific date.
Ouais, donc date de crucifixion.
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Il peut répéter?
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
D'accord. Merde. Alors du coup, pour la date, pour la lune.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Il n'y a pas Golgotha. Alors ça pourrait être aligné. On va aligner les listes quand tu veux.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous,
Pas le
last
contraire,
quarter,
de droite à
waning
gauche.
crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon. The moon shadow moves from west to east. During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Ah, c'est bon. Alors il n'y a pas la date que je veux. C'est pas le bon calendrier.
8th of Ramadan, 553, waxing crescent. Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the Cenacle in Jerusalem.
Ah merde.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst. Chapter 3, verse 18. Words truly pronounced in Abagash. Chapter 3, verse 18. He that believeth in him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Chapter 5, verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on the 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes. Chapter 5, verse 2. Now, there is at Jerusalem, by the sheep market, a pool, which is called, in the Hebrew tongue, Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of the blind, halting, and withered, waiting for the moving of the water. Jesus saith unto him, Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
Il n'y a pas de date.
Chapter 2, verse 6. Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Teveth at midnight, 3762, in the village of Bethlehem. Chapter 2, verse 6. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered of a child. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid.
Ou la naissance, c'est l'année 0, c'est ça, hein?
Chapter 2, verse 6. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered of a child. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid.
31 ans. Il avait 31 ans, Jésus? Pas du tout. « 37,89 ? Mais c'est quoi ces conneries?
6th of Lyar, 3789. Waxing
33 ?
Crescent.
Oh, j'aurais mal compté. Mais pourquoi 37,89 ? Ça correspond à rien. Premier croissant. Je sais même pas sur quoi il faut les... Pardon, je me suis trompé. Faut l'aligner avec Golgotha ou faut l'aligner avec le 17 ? Le Golgotha ? Peut-être c'est la police. Alors pas avec le 17. Et puis après il y a l'année, mais... 26, 29... Eh, c'est lui est mort. Comment ça va? Et bienvenue. Oh là.
Let's see what combination corresponds to the chosen theme.
Bah, quelle icône? Ça, j'ai une bonne idée. Ouais, ça va bien. Écoute. Technique, mais...
By following the clues in the Bibles and the architect's notes, the crucifixion took place on the 8th of Nisan 3793, according to the astronomers of that time. That would correspond to March 26th in the year 33 on a modern calendar.
Ah ouais, 33, t'avais raison, Atome. Et du coup, j'ai toujours pas 33. Ça serait cette date, mais... Mais pourquoi cette date? Peut-être dans un petit moment, dès que je serai désespéré. Un petit moment. Peut-être pas si petit que ça. « 86, il a dit qu'il avait 33 ans. On va aller écouter un truc alors. La date qu'on a eue, c'est 37,93. « 37,62. L'année où il est né. Il n'y a pas d'année 0, hein, il me semble, non. Calendrier. C'est l'année 1. 37-60. Hein? 32 ans. Ah, tu t'es quand même gouré. Bah, écoute, j'étais particulièrement mauvais jusqu'à maintenant. J'aimerais bien éviter de me planter sur celui-là. Mais déjà la date. La date, je comprends. 89. Ah, c'est la lune. C'est la lune. Ah, pardon. Ah, j'ai déjà pas la date, moi.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head.
Okay. Couronne, ouais. Ouais, merci beaucoup.
Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852.
Voilà.
Chapter 1, verse 9. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan. And coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove descending upon him.
M'en fous. Jérusalem. J'ai pas écouté, hein, il me semble.
Chapter 2, verse 2. Publius Sulpicius Quirinius was born in Lanuvium. Chapter 2, verse 2. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria.
M'en fous, très bien.
Chapter 24, verse 3. Jesus rose from the dead on the 14th of Nisan, 3793, in Nazareth. He appeared with a halo above his head. Chapter 24, verse 3. But when they entered, they did not find the body of the Lord Jesus. While they were wondering about this, suddenly 2 men in clothes that gleamed like lightning stood beside them. In their fright, the women bowed down with their faces to the ground. But the men said to them, "Why do you look for the living among the dead? He is not here, he has risen. Remember how he told you while he was still with you in Galilee."
Nazareth.
Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the Cenacle in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." And he took the cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it. Chapter 5, verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on the 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes. Chapter 5, verse 2. Now, there is at Jerusalem, by the sheep market, a pool, which is called, in the Hebrew tongue, Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of the blind, halting, and withered, waiting for the moving of the water. Jesus saith unto him, Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
Ouais, on n'est pas plus avancé. Ah, t'as rencontré les devs. Excellent. J'ai pas encore fait Vampire Swansong, mais quelqu'un insiste beaucoup sur, sur ce jeu.
Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his last supper in the cenacle.
Ah, je me demande qui c'est, ouais. Je vois pas du tout de qui tu parles.
Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, Take, eat. This is my body. And he took the cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it.
Ouais, c'est bon, c'est bon. C'est bon.
Chapter 3, verse 18. Words truly pronounced in Abagash.
Pas si mal, ouais.
Chapter 3, verse 18. He that believeth in him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already.
Oh, on a déjà lu ce connerie.
Because he hath not believed in the name of the
Alors,
only begotten
correspondance
Son
des
of God.
dates. Ah, je suis con. Le 8 Nissan, c'est le 7 Shaban, 307, 607. Alors déjà, Shaban 607. Il y est pas. C'est... Il est là, il voudrait pas essuyer ce connard.
Let's see what combination corresponds to the chosen theme.
Quelle date tu utilises? Pas déjà effectué.
By following the clues in the Bibles and the architect's notes, the crucifixion took place on the 8th of Nisan 3793, according to the astronomers of that time. That would correspond to March 26th in the year 33 on a modern calendar.
« 26 mars ». Ouais, parce que je suis au 2e niveau. Je suis au mécanisme intérieur. C'est quoi? C'est Shaban 607, moins 607. Ah, il est là. Shaban.
7th of Shaban, 607, first quarter.
Premier quartier. Et
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon. The moon shadow moves from west to east.
premier quart. Alors les dates, je pense que c'est la bonne date que j'ai mis. 26 mars. Ah bah non, elle est là, 26 mars. « 26 mars, on est d'accord. « 6 mars. Tout le premier quart, ça serait lui. Alors ça serait lui, mais... Bref. Ça c'est la nouvelle lune, premier quart, moitié, trois quarts, pleine lune. Et après c'est la lune descendante. Ça serait celui-là.
Seventh of Shaban, 607, first quarter.
Quartier.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Ah bah non, c'est pas ça. Premier croissant, premier quartier.
7th of Shaban, 607, first quarter.
Pas celui-là. En fait, le premier quartier, c'est lui. Premier croissant. Attends, l'ombre se déplace de gauche à droite. Donc. Gauche à droite. Ça serait ça le quartier?
The moon's shadow moves from west to east. During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts
Ouais, je pense que c'est ça.
over with the full shadowed new moon.
Je pense que c'est ça. En haut, c'est de droite à gauche. Analyser les lunes.
The totally black moon corresponds to the new moon. So, going clockwise, we have the waning crescent, the last quarter, the waning gibbous, the full moon, the waxing gibbous, the first quarter, and lastly, the waxing crescent.
Ah bon? Mais il a dit le contraire, non?
The totally black moon corresponds to the new moon. So, going clockwise, we have the waning crescent, the last quarter, the waning gibbous, the full moon, the waxing gibbous, the first quarter, and lastly, the waxing crescent.
Bah, en fait, d'après ce qu'il dit, ça serait celui-là. Pas clair. Je veux bien un croissant, ouais. Oh, tu t'es fait niquer? Je comprends surtout pourquoi moi je vais me faire niquer. Alors dans la réalité, je suis pratiquement sûr que l'ombre, elle se déplace dans ce sens. L'ombre, elle se déplace de droite à gauche. En tout cas dans notre hémisphère. Bah ouais, je comprends, mais en fait, du coup, je comprends pas quelle solution c'est. Parce que, d'après ce qu'il dit lui, en fait, ça serait ça. Et puis selon le calendrier, là, la sphère machin, ça serait l'autre. Un peu d'astronomie. Il faut m'expliquer. C'est-à-dire... Alors moi j'avais fait en fait un petit programme qui projette justement l'ombre sur la Lune il y a quelques années. Et j'ai souvenir en fait que le croissant de Lune là il se déplace mais de droite à gauche. C'est-à-dire que part de la pleine lune, de la nuit, la Lune qui est masquée, et puis donc l'ombre elle se déplace dans ce sens, tu vois. Exactement, en fait, je dois placer le premier quart. Donc je dois savoir lequel c'est. Pas subjectif, ça dépend de l'hémisphère dans lequel tu te trouves, j'imagine, mais... Mais en Europe, c'est de droite à gauche. Semble. Droite à gauche, subjectif, ça dépend dans quel sens on regarde, hein, c'est ça? C'est ça, hein, selon comment on est placé, ça change, hein.
In the occult sciences, we represent the full moon by an X. As for the dark moon, called the new moon, in cults, it's often associated with something harmful.
J'ai pas vu de X, hein, par contre.
The totally black moon corresponds to the new moon, so, going clockwise, we have the waning crescent, the last quarter, the waning gibbous, the full moon, the waxing gibbous, the first quarter, and lastly, the waxing crescent.
Pêche. Oui, il y a le nord. Ouais, il y a le nord, ouais. Ça change pas le problème. La pleine lune, elle est en haut. Ouais, mais le nord, il peut bien être n'importe où. Les sens des aiguilles d'une montre, c'est toujours dans le même sens, tu vois. Enfin. Faudrait dire que le premier quart est en haut. Ouais, en tout cas, ça change pas cette histoire de gauche à droite. On a une fois ça dit de gauche à droite et une fois ça dit le contraire. L'écart est en haut. Oui. What? Le premier quart, il serait là, mais... Enfin, on aurait le premier puis le dernier quart, hein, en haut, hein, en fait. Donc je pense pas que ça aide. Après, il y a cette histoire de gauche à droite qui est pas du tout logique. Avoir une lune presque au zénith dans certains cas en Europe. Comment? À droite, c'est subjectif. Non, mais gauche à droite, c'est selon les jours. C'est subjectif. Bah, elle est au zénith, mais peut-être une fois par jour, tu vois. Bah non, parce que la lune, elle est toujours au même endroit, tu vois. Tu peux pas regarder la lune en regardant au sud. Enfin, au nord. Tu peux pas voir la lune en regardant au nord, tu vois. Je m'en mêle les pinces. Oui, ça en plus. Oui, c'est pour ça que je dis, en fonction de dans quel hémisphère tu es, bah oui, l'ombre, elle passe dans l'autre sens. Une autre direction. Et au zénith. Bon, je connais pas exactement l'orbite de la Lune, hein, mais... C'est bien subjectif. Non, 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 l'ombre de la Lune, il y a une équation qui la donne. C'est pas subjectif. Gauche-droite. Subjectif. L'ombre ne change pas. Non mais en fait ce qu'il y a c'est que l'ombre, elle bouge sur 29 jours. Ou enfin sur un mois quoi. Donc peut-être que un jour dans le mois ou dans l'année elle est au zénith. Mais l'ombre en fait elle bouge pas en un jour, tu vois, elle bouge sur le mois, tu vois, ça prend du temps. Donc peut-être qu'un jour ta lune elle est au zénith. Ça dépend de la façon dont tu regardes. Ouais. Après, je suppose que c'est subjectif parce que ça dépend si tu crois aussi que la Terre est plate ou la Terre est ronde. Tu vois, enfin, subjectif, oui. Est, ouest. Non, mais il y a des gens qui savent déjà pas où est la gauche et la droite. Alors l'est et l'ouest. Américain? Ah non, non, alors mais. Ouais. Alors on aime bien dire que les Américains sont cons, mais c'est pas spécifique aux Américains, hein. On a même ici. Hein. Réfléchis sans tricher sur Google. Ah, ça c'est la télé qui aime bien nous faire croire que les Américains sont plus bêtes que nous. C'est faux, hein. C'est le choix qui m'a coûté la peau du cul. Ah, du coup, c'est celle-là.
The totally black moon corresponds to the new moon. So, going clockwise, we have the waning crescent, the last quarter, the waning gibbous, the full moon, the waxing gibbous, the first quarter, and lastly, the waxing crescent.
Ouais, c'est le premier quartier. C'est la police la réponse? Comment ça? Non, non, c'est pas... Bah, j'en sais... Mais non, apparemment on peut aligner que sur les villes. Donc moi j'ai aligné sur Golgotha. Et puis du coup... Bah, la lune, ça serait celle-là. Oui, le premier quartier, c'est bien celui du haut. Donc c'est bien celui-là, en fait. Alors, où est le haut, déjà? Dans la logique, oui. Bah oui, c'est ce que dit l'autre con, là. Oui. Verrons. Ouais. Maintenant... Alors, la gauche et la droite est relative, ok.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then,
The shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Je sais pas, moi j'ai rigolé. Et si, ils disent non, ils disent droite à gauche. Non, attends, ils disent gauche à droite. Et si, ils le disent. Et si, ils disent. Ah non, bah attends, je vais le remettre, tu vas voir. Hein. Ils ont raison. Peut-être, mais écoute bien. L'ombre se déplace de gauche à droite, d'ouest en est.
Shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
C'est vrai que c'était pas précis. Quel enfer, hein. Attends, qu'est-ce que je voulais... Ah ouais, mettre sa main, insérer les clous, fresque, analyser la fresque, analyser les roues intérieures. Donc... Admettons que... Ça part d'ici. L'ombre se déplace de gauche à droite. Du coup à 9 h, ouais c'est ça, c'est ce qu'on a réglé sur... Ouais d'ouest en... Ouais t'énerve pas, t'énerve pas. Bon. T'es d'accord que l'ouest est là? T'es d'accord que là... Une crispée sur sa chaîne. T'es d'accord que là, l'ombre, elle se déplace d'est en ouest. Ah, j'ai faim. Parce que... Je vais faire attention, hein, parce que... Ouais, c'est ce que j'ai dit, elle se déplace d'ouest en est. La lune? Non mais on parle pas du déplacement de la lune, on parle du déplacement de l'ombre. C'est moi qui ai mal écouté? Attendez. Je m'en fous de... Comment elle se déplace la lune? Alors... L'ombre se déplace d'ouest en est. L'ombre, pas la lune.
And goes through the following states: waxing crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Tant mieux. Bon. Alors revoyons la scène au ralenti, hein. Bon, alors ici, c'est la nouvelle lune. L'ombre se déplace de d'ouest en est. On est d'accord, c'est ça? Non? Là, l'ombre se déplace vers l'est. Attends, mais parce qu'il y a le nord. Du coup, la lune se déplace vers l'est. Donc dans ce sens. Ah, c'est nul leur machin. Bref, on va mettre la main. J'en ai plein le cul. Chez vous.
I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Good luck. I never doubted you, my son.
Ouais, moi non plus, j'ai jamais douté de moi. Ni des devs. Peut-être que le nord veut dire... Le N ne veut pas dire nord. Alors peut-être t'as raison, mais je vais me contenter du nord, hein, pour qu'il y ait un semblant de logique à ce qui était écrit. On aurait pu faire le bilan du colloque. Oh, non, mais rien à foutre, c'est bon. Ouh. Oh, c'était de la merde, hein. Si, ça me perturbe. Dorénavant, je dirais plus jamais tourne à gauche ici, je dirais tout le temps tourne à l'ouest. Et après, il termine le jeu avec une seule main. Je vois que l'Océan il se fait avoir aussi par cette merde. Non. Non, c'est l'épisode. C'est un jeu épisodique. Non, il y a encore un dernier épisode. Eh, merci beaucoup pour le GG. Et Roy Nixo. Ouais, mais c'était alors vraiment la... Non, c'était pas la seule énigme foireuse, mais... Ah non, mais je m'en fais pas, y a pas de souci. Moi, je lui ai dit de rentrer à la maison. Ouais, t'es en train de tester tes instruments? C'est vrai que la psychotique, là, je me rappelle plus son nom, elle avait pas trop de bol dans l'histoire. Je lui ai dit de quitter l'île et... Ah bah attends, je pensais que... Mais quoi? Ah non, il reste 2 épisodes. Deux épisodes. Bon, alors du coup, il est bientôt 7 h du mat. 2 choix s'offrent à nous. Alors le premier, c'est d'aller se coucher, puis dormir. Bon là, moi j'avoue que j'ai dormi pour 3 jours, hein, la dernière fois, non, enfin hier, donc... Ou alors, c'est d'aller bouffer, et d'attaquer le 4 après. Après, chaque épisode est quand même assez long, hein, parce que l'épisode 3... J'avais mangé, moi j'ai faim, ouais. Je suis pas spécialement fatigué, mais j'ai faim. Les épisodes sont assez longs quand même, hein. Je pense qu'on a facilement passé en moyenne 6 heures par épisode. Le reste, ça va s'accélérer, ils sont plus courts les 2 suivants. Alors, c'est vrai que celui-là, on a dû recommencer à cause du softlock. On a dû recommencer à cause du balcon. Donc en gros, le colloque, on l'a fait 2 fois, le chapitre. Dans la vitesse de jeu, bah, c'est-à-dire que je peux pas jouer plus vite que les dialogues. En fait, on l'a vite fait l'expérience pendant le colloque. On ne peut pas skip les dialogues. Moins de cornflakes. Hein. Bon, moi j'ai pas de cornflakes, mais j'ai plutôt des pâtes. On pourrait se mettre la musique de J-Man pendant la pause. Hein? Ah oui, la musique que t'as envoyée. Les yeux et des bacon. Ah, pas mal. Pas mal. J'ai pas racheté de d'œufs. Bah oui. C'est bien long, ça permet de bien cuisiner. Moi j'ai plus d'œufs non plus. Je n'ai pas racheté. Ah ouais, t'as un poulailler, c'est une technique aussi. Après les poules en appartement, je suis pas sûr que les voisins seraient ok. ni ma chienne. Ah, 4 offres par jour, c'est énorme. Une quarantaine d'œufs. J'ai d'enfiler au voisin, ouais. Ouais, bah impossible à finir, hein, ouais. Ok, moi je savais pas, enfin bon, je savais pas. Ah, ça va, ouais. Les plus gros spécimens. Ah, les poules soies, ça existe vraiment? Une espèce de gros chocobo? Poule toute fluffy. T'as fait une série? Ah, désolé. Ah, c'est vrai, c'est faire de la pub. Attendez. Ah, pas du tout, c'est la musique de J-Man. Ouais, c'est vachement fort, ouais, autant pour moi. Pas de retour. Ah, c'est bon. T'as dit que c'était vers 7 minutes, hein. Ouais. On est au courant. À un moment, il chante, hein. Version suivante. ASMR URSS. On va pas chanter, hein. Vous entendez quelque chose? Ah non, j'entends surtout boum boum. Peut-être parce que j'ai pas le son assez fort.
Listen up. The soap you shower with, it's you probably haven't even questioned what
Ah
bar soap you
shit.
lather up with.
Ah, c'est relou, du coup on se tape les pubs. Ah, franchement, c'était mieux. La musique, c'était mieux avant, hein. Ouais, c'est bon, cette connerie. La bouffe. Parfait. Et on finit avec un bombardement de spaghettis. Une pause. On laisse sur le cliffhanger. Non, non, je vous ai enlevé la musique de ces morts là. C'est bon. Vous en voulez plus? C'est ça, parcimonie. Parcimonie, on le connaît bien, parcimonie. D'ailleurs, pendant la pause, je vais faire de la place. J'arrive. Comment t'as deviné exactement faire une casserole au parmesan. Tellement prévu. En train de cuire d'ailleurs. Oui, j'adore ça. Hein. Non, non, je... C'est bon, ouais. Je vais surveiller où ça en est. J'arrive. Marche. Passe une très bonne nuit, J-Man. Pose-toi bien. Et non, me dis pas que tu vas aller bosser, hein. Très bien. Alors repose-toi bien. Bon, voilà, c'est bon.